Mic check. Check. Mic check. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for showing up and showing up on time. Lunch is officially served, so please feel free to help yourselves to some lunch, and we'll go ahead and get the program started in about 30 minutes or so. So lunch is going to be in the back, so have at it. The line is on both sides, so feel free to line up on both sides. Except you, Carmen.
Mic.
All right, everyone. If we can take our seats, we'll go ahead and get started. All right. So before we get started, just wanted to go over a few housekeeping items. First things first, everyone has a QR code that's on the table, and that will give you, point you towards a digital copy of the actual program. So speakers, titles, timing, so on and so forth. So definitely grab that. Secondly, bathrooms are available at the back to my left. So where you see the balloons on the back left, just go down that hallway and you will see the bathrooms. Third thing is that we ask that you try your best, well, not try your best, just don't record anything. We want this to be, really honest conversation, as well as slides, pictures of slides. We'd also ask you to kind of hold back from doing that as well. And then finally, we do have a bunch of places where you could take pictures. So we have a step and repeat up here. We have one in the back. So as we're going through the program, of course, don't jump up and take pictures, but afterwards, we'll definitely have time for folks to kind of hang out, network, and things like that. So definitely take pictures after, and then if you can, post and tag us on LinkedIn, Morehouse School of Medicine. And actually, finally, media. If we have any media in the room, there is Amanda. Amanda, is Amanda here? Amanda's in the back. Can you wave your hand? Okay, Amanda's way over there in the back. If there's any media, definitely let Amanda know that you're here. She could set you up, introduce you to anybody that needs to be introduced to, and then we go ahead and, if there are interviews, we could go ahead and help you out with that as well. And so with that, I'll go ahead and kick off the program. Really excited to finally be here today. When we first were presented this opportunity, I'll be honest with you, I underestimated how much effort and coordination it would take to put on such an event. And so really do appreciate everyone showing up on time, and definitely want to start off by thanking our organizing committee, our sponsors, the various speakers. We've had actually many people fly from out of state for this. And so really excited for a full-packed agenda. Now, in terms of why we're here today, one of the things that stood out to me when I saw the call for the Strengthening Pathways program is this idea that there has been so much innovation over the last 50, 100 years, but that necessarily hasn't translated into impact. And the reality is that there is, some statistics out there, 10 to 17 years, that it takes to translate any sort of innovation to patient care. When you think about the communities that we serve, it's even longer than that. And so for me, part of the reason why I came to Morehouse School of Medicine is that it's clear to me that our faculty, our staff, the communities that we're involved with are really at the tip of the spear in terms of driving that translational research. And so really the overarching theme of the Strengthening Pathways program, which we'll hear more about in a second, is this idea of how do we go about aligning or reimagining our research priorities. And for us, that really means aligning those priorities with the priorities of communities. And there is research out there that suggests that if you start with that in mind, that translational process, how long it takes to actually implement things where you're actually impacting lives, can actually be significantly reduced. And so the program, the way that we've designed the program, is really first and foremost to kind of set the stage for what Morehouse School of Medicine has already been doing for the last 50 years in terms of the Morehouse School model, the role that community engagement plays throughout every aspect of what we do across our 4 mission pillars, but really to think about also what does it look like over the next 50 years. And as we're thinking about that, especially in today's day and age with all of the stuff happening kind of politically, I think there's 2 important key pillars, themes that we need to keep in mind. The first one is the power of partnerships and these high-impact cross-sector partnerships that are important for us not just to diversify how this work is funded, but also to sustain and to scale these efforts as well, right? And I think we have a lot of good examples, and we'll hear about that today, of work that Morehouse is already doing on that front. And the second one, which is of course near and dear to my heart, is really thinking about AI and machine learning, right? It is the future, it is here, it's not changing things. And I'll share some more thoughts on that in my introduction to that panel. But the basic idea is if we're not intentional that the benefits are distributed equitably across groups, then we'll look back 50 years from now and we'll say, oh, it looks like AI actually helped us, but actually disparities will actually be greater, right? So with that in mind, I'm really excited to introduce Dr. Cindy Alvarez Escobar, who is the Program Director for Medical Research at Dorris Duke Foundation, who has been a generous supporter and partner of Morehouse School of Medicine across many projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Idris, and everybody for being here, and to the organizing team for giving us a few minutes to go over why we're here today and why we're so grateful for your partnership. So the Dorris Duke Foundation has been working with a 10-member collective to strengthen pathways for health research and has partnered with 18 organizations. So this is one of 18 conversations that are happening for a few months now. So at the Dorris Duke Foundation, we're building a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future through initiatives that are in a number of areas that span arts and culture, nature, and health and well-being. And our initiatives are rooted in long-term impact. We invest in big ideas that change the fields in which we work over the long term. And as it relates to health, the Foundation's longstanding support for medical research has sharpened our appreciation for the breadth of research and knowledge, approaches, and abilities that are needed to turn that knowledge into healthy lives. So to further health, we need to understand the basic functioning of cells, how these processes are altered in disease states, how these cells and processes exist as part of organisms and humans, and how humans interact with the environment in health and disease. Yet our system of scientific innovation has often dichotomized the spectrum of research into basic and applied, thus creating a tension that it is one or the other that deserves investment to further health, or that it is one or the other that holds higher scientific ground. And at the Dorris Foundation, we believe that there is an undertapped frontier of innovation in advancing health through research into disease prevention and to the improvement of care delivery. So together with American Heart Association, Boris Wellcome Fund, American Heart Association, Dana Foundation, the Conrad Prebys Foundation, the Donahue Foundation, Robertson Foundation, Susan G. Komen, and an anonymous foundation, we set out to elevate voices and ideas that offer the opportunity to improve human health in a different way than has been familiar to those who have been investing in drug discovery. So we will document the ideas raised throughout these 18 conversations, and we will share them widely. And at this moment in our country, as the scientific enterprise is forcefully reconfigured, these conversations are as timely as we imagine they'd be when we set out to support them. So we are particularly interested in three main things, right? So first is, how can these research questions be better supported and moved into application? Second, what is the analogous pipeline to drug delivery, and how could it be made clearer and easier to navigate, both for contributing researchers, but also for investors at the other side? And who are the different stakeholders and investors that can support this knowledge generation and its application? So there's certainly great uncertainty, but I think this group knows more than anyone that future is not predetermined, that we can imagine something different even under adversity and build it. So we are really grateful for all the thoughts that the panelists are going to share today, the audience, and again, thank you for reimagining this with us together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Escobar-Alvarez. One of the things I just wanted to highlight as well that was just mentioned is that this is one of 18 symposia across the country. And it is actually the only symposium that is at an HBCU. So I think, again, it shows the kind of the role that Morehouse School of Medicine plays in a broader network, ensuring that institutions like ours are a part of that conversation. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity. So next, I'd like to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Rick Kittles, who, of course, is our Senior Vice President of Research here at Morehouse School of Medicine, is an accomplished geneticist, accomplished geneticist, seasoned research administrator, and I found out yesterday, a very successful entrepreneur at that. So really excited to have him share a keynote.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Morehouse School of Medicine. This year, we are celebrating our 50th year anniversary. And counter to what you may or may not have heard, but we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. So it is an honor to host you all today for the Connecting Research to Health Justice in Local Context Symposium. This is a vital convening that sits at the intersection of science, equity, and community. This symposium is part of the Strengthening Pathways for Health Research Initiative, a bold and necessary effort led by Dorris Duke Foundation, with support from the American Cancer Society, American Heart Association, Susan G. Komen, and other visionary partners. Together, these organizations are reimagining what it means to invest in health research, not only to generate knowledge, but to ensure that knowledge translates into better health outcomes for all people, especially those who have long been excluded from traditional research agendas. So here at Morehouse School of Medicine, our mission is deeply aligned with the goals of this initiative. We believe in research that is community grounded, culturally responsive, and justice driven. We believe in shifting power, centering lived experiences, and training the next generation of investigators who reflect the diversity of our nation and are committed to addressing the greatest health challenges. This symposium is a space for deep learning, honest dialogue, and collaborative action. You will hear from scholars such as myself, community leaders, practitioners, and funders who are rethinking the how and why of health research. You'll learn about innovative models that bring research to where people live, where they work and heal. And that ensures the benefits of science are shared equitably. So thank you to the Dorris Duke Foundation and your partners for the leadership and for placing trust in communities like ours to help shape the future of health research. And thank you to each and every one of you that are here today, whether you're a student, a scientist, a policy advocate, or a community partner, for being part of this vital conversation. So we're very excited about the work ahead. Let's connect, let's challenge each other, and let's build pathways that lead not only to discovery, but to justice. Welcome again. So now I'm going to do a little dog and pony show. I was asked to do a keynote, and I was wondering sort of what do I talk about? And there were a lot of this, people throwing around this word reimagining, reimagine. I like to use the word reset or rejuvenate or what is it that we are trying to do? Actually, what we're trying to do is considered a revolution. It's considered a change that's needed. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about health equity, reimagining health equity in the era of precision medicine. It's an area that many of us hear all the time, this space called precision health and precision medicine or individualized medicine or personalized medicine. More and more often, we see that genetics is entering clinical practice in very interesting ways that's providing physicians and providers insight for them and the patient to make critical decisions, clinical decisions. So we call that precision medicine, leveraging not only the genetics of the patient, the genetic variation that's within the patient and the population, but also their lived experiences, those social determinants that are around them that also play a role at impacting their health. Gathering all this information and making leveraging that information to make critical clinical decisions is what precision medicine is all about. So this whole area of diagnostics is expanding now with this information. Clinical trials, pharmacogenetics, low-hanging fruit. That's what I call low-hanging fruit. Just understanding the genetic background of your patient and then saying this patient is going to respond better to this drug than another. Clinical trials, precision medicine is driving a lot of that now. And then, of course, risk assessment, risk modification, and the development of new drugs and new biological pathways that are realized based on the genetic pathways that emerge. But this is why it's so important. This is why I get really excited when we talk about precision medicine, because as a genetic epidemiologist, I know the power that genetics has in the clinic, the potential power and the potential benefits. But look at that red line. You see that red line? That's the disease process. And typically, we intervene late in the game on the right side of that line. We intervene late, and those who know the story about if you present late to the physician, more than likely your outcomes are going to be what? Poor, worse. We want to be able to intervene earlier so that we can have a much higher, more beneficial outcome on the patient. So these tools, these precision medicine tools that continue to emerge are allowing us to intervene earlier in that disease process. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. But the challenge, though, is that most of the information that's gathered around in terms of these tools and these products, these precision medicine products, are products that emerge from populations of European ancestry. It's no shock that the bulk of the the bulk of the clinical data in research is skewed towards people of European ancestry. And so now we find ourselves trying to grapple with the situation that while certain populations are benefiting, there are others, like our communities, that are not. And so there are also economic barriers, because this is big science. Big science costs money. And so while we sit and complain about NIH and the federal grant policies that have emerged over the last 6 months, in order to move this along, we need more than just that anyway, because this is big science. And there are many economic barriers that may actually increase health disparities because of these barriers across multiple communities. So inclusion in research is critical. I think I don't have to explain this to the folks in the room. We all know this. That is our challenge. How do we get the community excited about what we're doing? So excited to the point where they begin to participate and they help drive the research. Community-driven research and outcomes. The bulk of the information, as I said, is of European ancestry. And so we have this knowledge gap. Beautiful precision medicine products have emerged. The cardiovascular space, the cancer space, neuroscience space. But the benefits aren't seen across all populations. And in many cases, some of those clinical tools, some of those products are inaccurate because of the lack of information in the knowledge bank. I'll give you an example. Naltrexone. It's a drug that used to be prescribed a lot for alcohol abuse. It's for individuals who have some addiction. It's a way for folks for physicians to help patients who are addicted. And so there was a study I was involved in Chicago where we were recruiting men, white and black men, and you know, all men and women. And we were giving them naltrexone for smoking cessation. And we found that, and just like many others, if you look on the left side there, you see that spread in terms of that survival curve. That means that there was a response to the drug in the white patients. But for the African American patients, there was no response. You see that? Now, we knew that there had to be some genetics involved in that, and maybe we could find it if we looked at ancestry. And so we typed ancestry for these African Americans on the right side of that curve and found that when we looked at the African Americans that had low West African ancestry versus high West African ancestry, we did see a difference, an effect of the drug for those individuals that had low West African ancestry. Now, some of you are wondering, why am I talking about this? Because this led us to further explore within that subset of African Americans what was genetically different that provided benefit or response to that drug, from that drug. And we did find that those individuals that had low West African ancestry had some genetic variants very similar to Europeans in the mu-opioid receptor. Now, the mu-opioid receptor is one of those receptors that actually is a target for naltrexone. And so, looking at this and stratifying a very diverse population, it allowed us to dig deeper and find where the response was. And so we have a situation now where we're no longer just saying we are one group, you know, these sort of racial types, which are really just social political constructs. We're moving away from race and racialized medicine, and moving more towards ancestry and understanding individuals' genetic background, because that's where the action is. You go to the doctor, you say, I think I might have diabetes or high blood pressure. Physician, first thing they say is what? Do you have a family history? Family history. It's critical. It will provide some insight in terms of your risk. That's what ancestry is about. So when we measure ancestry, we're talking about family history. That's the genetic background there, the ancestry. But race is real. I can sit up there and say, oh, I have a European Y chromosome, and walk out and get on 20 driving fast and get pulled over. The cop will say, you know, put your hands on the steering wheel. And I'll say, well, I have a European Y chromosome. Race is real. And there's some saliency to this issue of race, as in particular as a black male. And so we capture that information too when we do this research, because race has this social, it's a social determinant. Many of you are going to be talking about polygenic risk scores over the course of the day. Everybody wants to be able to predict risk using some variables, whether it's genetic or some social determinant or some neighborhood feature. That's where the action is, predicting risk. So right now, there's this, in the genomic field, where folks are looking at polygenic risk scores, looking at multiple markers in the genome that allow one to predict a risk for prostate cancer or type 2 diabetes or end-stage renal disease. However, 40% of the people who are being delivered these polygenic risk scores are admixed or mixed genetically. We look across the room, even folks who say that I am 100% African. No, you're not. Everybody's mixed at some level. And so we need to understand that, because that's going to impact these polygenic risk scores. So we have this lack of robust methodology around this issue of race, self-reported, genetically determined. I like this diversity index. It tells you, if you look at any two people within those states, within those counties, that they'll be different. If you look, Hawaii has the highest diversity index. This is 2020 data from the census. California has second highest. Any two people plucked from the population in those communities being different in terms of racial, ethnic diversity. We have a very diverse country at a macro level, extremely diverse, which is why when we talk about assessing risk and leveraging genetics, we have to take into account the broad variation that exists across the world, across the country. But now we have these new OMB racial guidelines. Because before you had to say you were black, white, or non-Hispanic white, non-Hispanic black. I didn't understand that one, but. And then Tiger Woods says, I'm Cablasian, and everybody's like, okay, let's say other. But now, this is the current OMB race and ethnicity standards. What is your race? And now you can say American Indian, Asian, black, Hispanic or Latino, Middle Eastern, Native American, or white. Much more broader. And it allows us to really assess an individual's family history or ancestral background that could be used in these studies, as opposed to just using some coordinator's self-report. I believe Dr. Idris is black. We're moving beyond black and white. We have to. As I told you before, I have a European Y chromosome, so almost 15% of my genome is of European ancestry. And so, did she call me a fake? What did she say? The spread of genetic ancestry or genetic background is very broad. And up until recently, we never really appreciated that diversity. So much so, you see it in the African American community, very, very, very common. This is my chromosome map. My genetic variation across these chromosomes. These are my chromosomes. You see Y isn't on there. But Y, if it was on there, it'd be all blue for European, okay? The burgundy, reddish is West African. The blue is European. Now, you'll notice that there are some chromosomes that I have, like chromosome 8. Big chunk of European ancestry there, coming back from my great-great-great-grandfather, who presumably was German of German ancestry. And I still have that block there. But if you go to chromosome 15, I don't have any European ancestry. You guys see that? Now, there are some important genes on chromosome 15. It's not the brilliant gene, it's just, but it is another important gene on chromosome. There's actually two of them. The gene that predicts skin color. And so I have African alleles for those genes, which give me my rich chocolate skin tone. But we can look at these other areas and see that there's some important other genes that might impact risk for disease or disease outcome, drug efficiency or drug efficacy. I think that this is important for us to understand because we can leverage this information as we move forward. As I said before, polygenic risk score errors vary by ancestry. Since the bulk of the data was collected on Europeans, when you look at other populations for these same markers, we find that the predictability decreases the further you are from Europe in terms of your ancestral background. There is a lot of money going into this research right now, a lot of money. And we're finding out that these models are not as efficient or effective as one would think. So the distance is part of this genetic ancestry continuum. And so the accuracy of those markers go down, as I said, the further you are from European ancestry. So this has led to many different increased focus. But the last one is the one I want to talk about for a quick second, the inclusion of social factors. Because genetics is not, and I'm sorry for the geneticists in the room, it's not going to answer all our questions. But it is going to provide some useful data to add to the models. The role of the social environment is critical. Many of us are studying how structural racism becomes biology. Racism is real, am I right? Stress is real, am I right? Stress creates physiological responses that lead to poor health and poor health outcomes. So we need to capture that information in our studies. We need to find ways to really leverage it in a way that we can understand what are those physiological responses, what are those cytokines that are being turned on when they really shouldn't be turned on, or turned off when they shouldn't be turned on. What is it about these epigenetic changes, Dr. Johnson, that are occurring in the mother and the child? Or these changes that are occurring in the prostate or the cervix? I think that's where the action is going to be over the next couple years. We're doing a good job measuring the neighborhood too. Zip codes, we're going beyond zip codes now. Folks are saying zip codes are more important than your DNA code in terms of health. There's an index called neighborhood deprivation, and a group of us worked on measuring that in Washington, D.C., and we were recruiting men for prostate cancer, and found that the higher your genetic West African ancestry and the higher your neighborhood deprivation index, you had increased risk for prostate cancer and also poorer outcomes. We were able to do this because it was a very large study across multiple institutions. So we talk about collaboration, and we talk about targeted recruitment and retention. So I'm going to end with this. How do we build this equitable precision health process? Cultural competency is number one. Equitable access. How do we provide that access? Part of it is bringing in diverse people to participate in that process. Funding is needed to close the large gaps in the quality of the reference data. And we need to embed genetic testing in institutional policies. Centralized services, social determinants of health, and population demographics should be included in all of these precision health products and initiatives. We also, of course, need to deal with the mistrust that still exists in our community when we look at the medical establishment. And then develop clinical and research workforces that are diverse. That is the key. That is the key. I've been at multiple institutions before coming here to Morehouse School of Medicine. And the number one issue at the PWIs was, how do you recruit African Americans? How do you recruit Latinos? And I would just look at them and I'd say, well, I don't have that problem. They'll say, why do you have a problem? Because my staff, my collaborators look like me. We resemble the community in which we are studying and serving. Critical, critical. And we need to know that genomic testing becomes routine for all patients if we do all of this, because that's where the benefit across the board is going to come from. So with that, I want to thank you all, and if there are any questions, I will take them before you guys throw me out. Any questions? Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Any questions? We could run around with the mic.
In the back.
Oh, yep.
Hi, my name is Morgan Hall, and I just had a quick question regarding genomic testing for people who are interracial and what you would predict to see in those studies.
You know, I really, for the folks who are mixed, as you say, or admixed, I think that's where most of the power in many of these analyses come from, because of that diversity that exists. In some cases, depending on where those risk alleles are coming from, you may see it evident in that individual, depending on the proportion of ancestry. So, as I said, I think that those individuals are critical to participating in these studies because of the amount of information they carry. In the back.
Hello. I find that the genetic research is very important, and I really enjoyed what you were saying about it. Given the current political climate and the shying away from a lot of the terminology that was included in your topic, how can we promote this kind of research and recruit these kinds of subjects while also avoiding the key terminology, race, equitability, inclusion?
That's a great question, and that's the challenge that we are in at the moment. My expectation is that things will change, but in the meantime, we do need to be careful about our terminology, in particular in our writings. But the work has to continue, and as I said before, we're not going anywhere. So my expectation is that over the next 50 years, we will continue doing and talking the way we're talking. So. Obviously, we need to have alternative sources of funding. And that is why gatherings like this today are so critical as we communicate across the non-federal funders exactly what we're doing and why it's so important. You know, this is a it's almost like a civil war. And you know, what we believe is that our community is at stake. And we have to fight for the community. And so, but we have to do it smart. Yes.
Hello?
Historically, we have seen obviously a white male-dominated flow of research throughout the years, and then at some point, you started to see groups like the Susan B. Komen group get involved because women were being impacted, and we saw many efforts in getting more women into research. Sure. So is there any thought behind obviously partnering with groups like that just to kind of study the things that they did to really push forward the diversification of research? Because representation matters, right?
Right.
And so what are some of the thoughts with respect to that? Because, and also I've found just in a more general way is that no one really cares about what happens to others unless it impacts them directly.
Right.
So to the point I was making about how there was a push for women and studies involving women to treat disease states that were impacting women, everybody's got a mother. Mm-hmm. A lot of people have sisters.
Right.
And daughters and so on. So when it impacts you personally, now you can understand not just the business case, but the personal case for doing this. So how do we bridge that to help everybody understand that?
Right, so that's a great question. And, you know, if we use the example of women and women's health, and you know, when I put the slide up about, you know, the problems that you're not a white male, that's, for a long time, that was the situation. It wasn't until relatively recently that NIH really, you know, came forward and said, we're going to start a women's health initiative. And they started putting funding behind that. But as you said, that was because women had stepped up, men had stepped up in order for that to happen. And organizations like Susan G. Komen and others were part of that movement. And I think we need to continue those sort of collaborations and partnerships in order to move the bar as it relates to diverse populations. The statement that representation matters is a serious statement, and it's not just representation at the clinical level, the patients that you recruit, but also representation at the workforce level in terms of healthcare. But then also representation at the legislative level, so that when these discussions come up, you have individuals that say, this is important for my community, and I'm going to vote for this. So we need representation across the board, not just at the clinical level. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kittles, for that keynote, which I really do think sets up the rest of the panels. And so with that, we'll move over to our first panel, talking about the role of partnership with organizations who have been there, who have diverse expertise, and could help us not just diversify where funding comes from, but also taking that a step further, thinking about how we can scale and sustain the amazing work that we're doing. So the first panel will be on scalable and sustainable impact through high-impact cross-sector partnerships. I would love to introduce Dr. Sandra Harris-Hooker, who's our Senior Vice President of External Affairs and Innovation, who will be moderating this wonderful panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I'm honored to have been asked to step in as the moderator for this panel this afternoon. But as Dr. Kittles and I said, that's what we do here at the Morehouse School of Medicine. We step in and continue to move forward. So we have the honor this afternoon to have 3 outstanding panelists that we would ask if they would join us up front. starting with Dr. Alan Rogan. Dr. Rogan is founder and, can come on up, right? Come on up. Dr. Alan Rogan is the founder and CEO of True Light Health. And then we have Dr. Reed Tuckson. Dr. Tuckson is the managing director of Tuckson Health Connections and also co-convener of Coalition for Trust in Health and Science. And then Dr. Ashley Atkins, who's director for U.S. Corporate Responsibility at the Novartis U.S. Foundation. And I think there's a seat for myself here as well. So as we get started this afternoon, I'm going to take the privilege of saying that we have partnerships. Thank you. You don't want me to fall over. I want to take the privilege of saying we have partnerships with each of these persons over the years. I didn't know that was going to be the case when we set up the panel, but I know, having been here for a few years at Morehouse School of Medicine, that we have partnerships with each of these persons. So let's jump into the discussion on how high-impact cross-sectional partnerships can really make a scalable and sustainable impact. And we'd like to start by level setting how each of you would define scalable, sustainable, as it relates to your individual sectors. I'm going to start here to my right. And if I might use first names with Ashley.
Of course. I told Dr. Idris the other day, Dr. Atkins is my grandfather who was a dentist. First, philanthropy, I think sometimes is set in a unique spot because we can innovate in ways that other funders might not think about innovation because they're so focused on return on investment. And so scalability for me in a philanthropic sense is often about proving that models can work and then finding other funders to join in collaboration to help scale. But I think it's also, as we think about philanthropy models or other models of change, you have to keep that sustainability picture in mind because you don't want organizations to become too dependent on one funder. So sustainability has to be part of the conversation from the beginning so that everyone's on the same page about how to move from innovation early on to sustainability and being able to maintain, especially when you're serving communities, to be able to maintain a presence and a way to move forward.
Reed, if you would, please.
Thanks. Good to see you again. I start out with the sense that innovation for innovation's sake is meaningless. Who cares? It has to be innovation that's directed at solving a problem. And so if we think about scalability, let's begin with a clear definition of what is the shared vision that all of these partners have to go after a particular serious kind of goal. Secondly, then, once we have a shared vision, we can start to look at what are the attributes of each of the stakeholders. What are each of us bringing? And what's in it for them? Where is the win-win scenario for all of the participants so that we can line up what those things are? Third, then, is ultimately the scalability. It requires a sense of operational execution excellence, that there is a sense that there are people who know how to do what they do, and you can come together in a symphony of coordinated action. And then finally, I think that when you sort of then look at that, you are now starting to deal with which we'll get into, I'm sure, later, the issues of funding, the issues of sustainability and so forth. But ultimately, it really has to begin with a sense of What is it that we care about? Where is the passion for that? And then finding the way for all of the participants to have an opportunity for them to get out of their engagement what they need. And what they need is first, has to be a philosophical, empathetic sense of concern. But then secondly, there are business and other strategic realities that each partner must make, and we have to be very clear about how to realize those in the process.
Alan?
Nobody wants to go after Reed. My background is as a physician turned entrepreneur, so I'm now on my fourth healthcare tech company, which my children constantly remind me, Dad, you can barely turn on the computer. How is it possible? And I tell them you just simply have to have a vision, and then you put the team together. So I come from that lens. In technology, there's a famous book that's been written about the crossing the chasm. Some of you may have read it in school. It's, you start with the innovators, then you get the early adopters, and then you cross the chasm into the early majority, the late majority, and then the laggards. Certainly in health equity, we have not yet crossed the chasm, I think. But there's a great opportunity and a lot of excitement, and I'm so thankful to be here. Sustainability and scale have to be core initiatives in technology and in companies. They're not tactics. They need to be part of your organizational DNA. In technology, sustainability, or scale I should start with, is pretty simple, which is no people processes, right? And the technology exists now to impact lives at scale, which is amazing. And then for sustainability, very simply, it has to be in human behavior workflows. You can't ask people to do something different than they normally do. So for technology, it needs to be in the electronic records, it needs to be in the delivery systems, it needs to be in the software that we use. The other thing it's important to recognize is that these are evolutionary principles. And I'll give you an example. So previously, I was in telemedicine, and I was part of the team at Teladoc Health. And I remember the first virtual care visit we did back in the 2000s. It took 6 hours to get a patient through the technology. Then we built a little bit of scale. At 10 patients, it broke. Systems and processes had to evolve. At 100 patients a day, it evolves. At 1,000 patients, at 10,000 patients. So it is a constant evolution that you have to align to the market forces. Ultimately, in my world, sustainability and scale mean value, and value is rewarded through market feedback. If you are getting funded, that means the market sees value and you get the benefit of dollars to continue your mission, and if not, you don't. The market's brutal in its feedback. Entrepreneurs are very good at taking the feedback. My wife and kids are off limits. Anything else is simply a subject for discussion in my land. So understanding those principles of these are ingrained organizational principles, not tactics, right? They have to be electronic, not people processes, and you have to ensure that they're in our workflows and capabilities.
Thank you all. Staying within this same topic, and each of you have touched upon it, but if we could focus in on what does meaningful and measurable success look like to each of you if we're talking about achieving health equity, and we're going to slash that with, instead of health equity, optimize health, which is another phrase that's being replaced sometimes with health equity. What does success look like in this area? Go back. You start.
I'll kick us off. For me, it's simplistic, which is, are we treating the people who get left behind the same way as the ideal patient? You see, healthcare, and certainly we heard a lot about it before, is designed a certain way. It is an incentive-based system. We're always looking for the ideal patient, but there are disparities everywhere, right? If you're not white, male, straight, live in an urban zip code, have money, educated, your outcomes are worse. If you don't check all those boxes, and guess what? That's the majority of the United States. So achieving that is the ideal. in my specific world and tactically, as a company, we address clinical bias. So we identified that as a fundamental cause leading to disparities that isn't addressed. So if we can provide care that's free of clinical bias, whether it's the research that we provide, where the trials lack diversity, or the tools, formulas that race correct, or practitioner-related biases that treat people, if we can achieve that, then at least we've had equitable care that's free of clinical bias.
Because you said that, you give me the freedom to go in a different direction, because I really like what you said. And our brother earlier asked the question, how do you use these words in this current political context? So I'm going to break out of that and just sort of simply say, look, we start again with what is our goal. And our goal, in whatever the particular category is, whether it is a clinical research or health services research, our goal is to help people to live maximally healthy lives, to survive as long as possible, and to be free of preventable misery and suffering. Leave out the equity. Human beings deserve the opportunity to have their major health challenges addressed. And so I view success as, and again, I'm able to free to say this because of what you said. I view success as, does the community in reality and in perception believe that the research that is being done and translated into evidence-based practice result in healthier people who are living longer and free of preventable misery and suffering to the greatest extent, period, hard stop.
Got it. Ashley?
I was going to go in the similar direction. I think I come mostly from a community health background in the work that I do, newer to the research side of things. And healthy communities has to be at the center of everything, and you can define that community for yourself in so many different ways. And that is really, to me, how we define success is am I healthy? Is my family healthy? Is the community healthy? Can I live in a safe environment? Do I know, all of the things that surround that we surround ourselves with. And I'm often struck lately, especially by the social isolation that we are seeing so much of. And I think that if we can try and bring that community back to the center, that we will ultimately be successful in creating health equity.
Yep. Excellent points, excellent points. As was mentioned earlier, we here at the Morehouse School of Medicine, we're celebrating our 50th year. Yay. And we certainly didn't reach that point by ourselves. We had many partners over the years that allowed us to be 50 years old, if you will. And we continue to build those partnerships. So under the topic of effective cross-sectional partnerships, if you will, would each of you share with us what strategies or structures should we be sure and look to in supporting successful partnerships? What strategies or structures would one say need to be in place in order to have these effective partnerships?
40 years ago, when Morehouse was 10 years old, I was working as the Commissioner of Public Health in Washington, D.C., and during the height of the AIDS epidemic. And the one thing I learned from our community leaders and advocates was no people but a people can save a people.
Oh, gosh.
Stop waiting for the cavalry to come riding in on a white horse to save us, because it wasn't going to happen.
Okay.
And so I begin with cross-sector partnerships by being very clear with what the community itself brings and what it has. All communities now have even no matter how challenged our communities are, all of them have assets, have capabilities. And I've stopped listening and looking at communities from the context of their deficits, but from the context of their wholeness. And so what we have to first do is to be really sure that we are really engaging with our community so that we're clear on goals and we're clear on identifying and coordinating our resources, and that we then have those available. Then we go out from a very secure base and begin to look for those partners that have what we need. That then leads me to the notion of leadership. Okay. And leadership is essential. that there has to be leadership at the community level that can be willing to partner with leaders in other sectors, like a Morehouse, and so that you're really clear there. And then I think what you then get is the things I said before, by then identifying what are the needs that we have to solve a specific problem. And problems are different. There may be a clinical problem around telehealth that requires partnership with broadband technology and fighting for access to 5G. That's a whole different partner than one that wants to deal with dealing with prostate cancer education that requires a partnership with the local black rap radio station. So you're really looking for the specific tool that you need to solve a specific problem, take leadership, and then be able to go out with, because you've got to also convince the private sector people, and you said this so eloquently, the philanthropic community, you got to be able to say, look, I'm not going to ask you to come partner with us with with confusion, chaos, unsureness, and lack of commitment. If I'm going to sink my resources into this thing and take a gamble as a external partner, are y'all? Look, are y'all there? And let's also remember, and we have to be. This is an in the family conversation. Communities are not always angelic. We're not always right. So, we got to be real clear. If we're going to have these partnerships, we have to be prepared as the community to be great partners and not bring a whole lot of confusion and chaos, which makes it very difficult for people who have, our partners are going to come at it with goals, quantifiable metrics, returns on investment, really clear expectations. We in the community don't always act like that. So we're going to have to be very, very disciplined about what we are, what we do as we engage and ask others to partner with us.
Well, that was wonderful, and I think I'll take that baton in a segue to talk about how innovation segues off of those comments, which are very poignant. And by the way, I neglected to say thank you so much for having me here. It's been a wonderful visit. I've enjoyed myself immensely, and you are great partners. So taking what Dr. Tuxton indicated, so I started my own research and said, I don't see anyone addressing clinical bias. There's tools that are embedded in healthcare that are materially impacting outcomes, and why is nobody addressing it? And I was raised that if it's not you and you can do something about it, it's time to jump in. So of course, I wanted to build a health equity platform. Started looking on the internet, and I saw Morehouse School of Medicine everywhere, reached out to my network and said, I have to meet Dr. VMR somehow. Who can connect me? So she gets a phone call from this crazy white guy 4 years ago that says, I want to build a health equity platform. Can I please partner with Morehouse School of Medicine? Because you are the premier center in this area that does research, academics, and I want to incorporate science and best practices and scale it through technology so that all clinicians can have the right tools at the right time for the patients. Take a chance. I've done it before. And she was gracious enough to say, okay, Alan, we'll help you out. And that's how True Light Health was started. So I'm a massive believer in partnerships. I always try to enter markets with a partner because the community knows what they need. You can build technology and raise money and put a board together and do all those sorts of things, but the intellectual property is what is important, and the learned experience and the knowledge. So I think the best partnerships are the ones that you develop together. And tactically, they're called co-development partners, and Morehouse has been the most spectacular partner ever. And it comes with really a few things: leadership and mission alignment. Then it translates to accountability. I'm a big incentives person, so as each party have clear understandings of what their contributions are, research, technology, sales, marketing, etc. And then, of course, there's value there that should be rewarded and recognized, whether that's through ownership stake, whether that's through royalty payments, whether that's through simply a contribution of some sort. Aligned vision, clear accountability and expectations, and then understanding that when value is created, value is rewarded. That is the ideal co-development partnership to enter new markets, do innovation, and really be truly transformational. And the best partnerships are transformational, they are not transactional.
Yeah. Um, I don't have too much more to add. I think that, you know, we think about cross-sector partnerships in the same way, and I think our Beacon of Hope partnership with Morehouse is a really good example of that. That you know, you have to start with the, as you've both said, clear goals and targets for where you want to go together. Identify the partners that bring what you need to the table in a way that's effective, like Beekeeper, who's here today, who's been brought a lot to the table for our Center on Data Validation. And then, you know, work together towards that outcome, keep lines of communication open. I think, you know, in my history, I've had many partnerships where things just aren't working out, and it's an interesting dynamic as a funder because your partners don't always want to be honest if something isn't working. So I think it's really incumbent on us who often hold within that power dynamic to be sure that we are open to feedback for ourselves, but also to hear where things aren't working, and then how we can move together to find a solution, as opposed to just ignoring the fact that something isn't working and hope that it turns around.
Actually, you without us planning this, you led right into the next question, and that is, with all your best efforts, there's sometimes barriers to the partnership. What examples might you have if you had such a barrier for each of you, and how did you go about bringing a solution to that barrier in the collaboration and partnership? If you can think of one, if not, how might you have to? Okay.
I've been lucky enough to do this work in a lot of cities around the country, and a couple of three things that seem to always be the fly in the ointment. Number one, ego. Who's in charge? Everybody wants to be in charge.
Who's on first, who's on second?
Who's on first? And dealing with egos is a real deal. So I would just urge each and every one of you, be selfless servant leaders. And at the end of the day, it ain't about you. You know, even though you need to get that doggone promotion from the faculty, senate, or, whatever in your department to publish and have your name first on the paper. But at the end of the day, ego. Number two is, with your partners, big rate limiting step is paternalism. We're smart and you're not. One of the things that I always got in trouble with was, we had the data. I'm the president of Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science, working in South Central LA. Right in Watts, and we're going to have the community engagement and the community interaction. And I've got the epidemiological data, and we're really smart about knowing what the priority health problems are, except the community had other priorities. And so it was like, it took us a minute to be able to kind of sit back and remember, once you build the highway, you can drive any damn car you want over it. So if they want to do program A, hey, we will do that. All we need to do is build the highway, and then we'll bring our other truck around and drive that down the road later. The next one is the challenge between short-term and long-term goals. Your partners may be much more invested in having a lot of pressure from their CEO, or particularly if it's a political partner, for immediate results. Like, we got to turn this around and hit and show something in a year, which of course is unrealistic, leads to unsustainable, superficial kinds of interactions. On the other hand, you may have other partners who really are invested in it and are going to be willing to invest in the long run. And so there you then have to be able to align your ability from the community side to sustain the work over a long period of time, once the initial thrill of the initial meeting goes, and the beautiful lunch, and everybody, and the balloons are there, and you cut the ribbon, and blah, 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 and the press conference goes off wonderfully, and then 3 months later, people are like, man, damn, I'm tired, I can't go to that meeting. So those are really the kinds of things that I have experienced that have been problematic.
Thank you.
Adding to that on problematic partnerships, they are relationships, and most relationships decline really in two areas: unmet needs or unspoken expectations. So understanding those things going into the partnership is key. And I think in managing people processes together, where are we going? Do we have the right talent? Are there specific measures in place to know whether we're winning and losing? And then a communication strategy to learn and refine and evolve your partnership. From a tactical level, I've seen two main challenges as an early stage innovator and larger partnership organizations. The first, it comes down to a lack of understanding of the speed needed. So in my world, this pace is significantly faster because you are a large, mature organization, and early young companies, it's like your kids. They've got ADD, you're running around all over the place, versus a little bit older and you measure twice, cut once. That mismatch is key. And there's also the rule of technology that I like to say, which is the rule of two: twice as long, twice painful, and twice as expensive. So understanding that as a partner, whatever my CTO says, if he says it's $200,000, it's $400,000. If it's 6 months, it's a year. I understand that. Having a partner that understands that is very important. And the other thing is, as Reed mentioned, it's about leadership. And I don't mean by failed leadership, but what happens is you sign the deal, everybody high fives, the balloons, the ribbon cutting, and then what happens? You get handed off to somebody else. That's the key relationship. Give me the person with the Gantt charts, the 500 emails, and the overwhelming hair on fire look. That's my best friend. So understanding that in the partnership of who is actually going to make this happen is really the key. Understanding the speed, and then of course just making sure there are no unmet needs and unspoken expectations.
I would just say two things. Clarity is the key to making sure that you don't run into any barriers, kind of to my point earlier about communications. But second of all, especially as a corporate funder, we've run into that time horizon or the expectations of time very differently. You know, our business reports quarterly. They expect quarterly results. Philanthropy doesn't work that way. So how can we be sure that we are articulating milestones along the way so that we can report out and show that we're making progress in a way that is palatable to our corporate colleagues, but also recognizing that this is you have to be in it for the long haul, which I think with Beacon of Hope especially has been was really important for us, and the 10-year commitment that we've made to recognize that change takes time.
And we so much appreciate that. For those who may not know, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can? Okay. What Ashley is speaking to, and I must pause to say, she's speaking from Novartis Foundation, and Novartis being under the caption of Beacon of Hope, just that term itself, Beacon of Hope. And Novartis came forth, and I'm speaking to this because the next discussion I'd like to hear about philanthropy from private and, from a private and not so private philanthropy perspective. But Novartis came in under the theme of Beacon of Hope, and it's supporting Morehouse School of Medicine with a 10-year award. Thank you. And what's so different about, yes. And what's so different about that support is we often over the years heard from pharmaceuticals in terms of wanting and desiring to partner with the Morehouse School of Medicine for establishing clinical trials, what have you. But Novartis, under the Beacon of Hope, came differently. They came and said, yes, down the line, we would like to have clinical trials put forth, But we want to look to see how we can partner to build infrastructure, the infrastructure to do the clinical research work at the Morehouse School of Medicine, Meharry Medical College, Charles Drew School of Medicine, and Howard University School of Medicine. So in other words, they saw the potential but wanted to make certain that we build the infrastructure to be able to do those clinical trials. And so that has made, that's a game changer, if you will. I know I'm going a little off script, but I so much wanted to say that because that's a true partnership, and that allows us to move on and brought into place beekeepers and others that saw that beacon of hope and what's happening there. And so, thank you. And that does lead to the next question. Question, not so much a question, but a discussion about philanthropy and private and non-private approaches to philanthropy. Reed, I'd like to hear from you. How we should be about doing that.
So connecting
Private and
I think first of all, I just want to say quick, also for Novartis, when we created the Black Coalition Against COVID, right at the very beginning moment, Easter Sunday 2020 was when we created it, and I remember calling the presidents of the 4 black medical schools, and I called Valerie first. Excuse me, Dr. Montgomery Rice. I called Valerie first, and everyone joined in that same moment, instantly. And along with the National Medical Association and the National Black Nurses Association, and we did more than 30 national town halls, through that stuff. Sometimes as many as 850,000 people were on those calls, especially when we partnered with every single one of the black fraternal and sororities and Jack and Jill and the NAA, you name it, every one of the alphabets were there, and that we got that kind of crowd. But when we needed money to get that stuff done, to produce those shows, because we took no administrative, just for the cost of the production, Novartis was there with us so many times, and we didn't have to go through 800,000 bureaucratic steps to get it done when our lives were on the line. So if you would bring that back to your people and tell them that that we kind of do it. I think the key thing here is, in terms of how we partner with philanthropy, it starts with moral agency. That our communities have to be able to articulate and to others who we're trying to partner with the moral value of what we are doing. And I think that becomes really, really clear, that we have to conduct ourselves and believe in ourselves enough that we can say our case, our agenda is of such compelling significance, and that whether you partner with us or not, we're going to fight to save our lives. We will convince you that we've done everything in our power. Very briefly, what I'm doing in DC, as an example, I live here in Atlanta, but I'm very much committed to my hometown. So during COVID, we had to, of course, relate very intensely to our community-based organizations. Relationships were formed that were very productive relationships. When COVID pandemic was over, what we then did is say, okay, why not transform those relationships into an infrastructure that is sustainable? And so, what I did was we got philanthropy to give, we have a website that we can take now the 30 health and human service community-based organizations east of the river, the Anacostia, DC. We now have all of them engaged in one effort, so they're putting in all their competencies, all of their capabilities, all of their priorities. I'm a food-oriented one. I'm a community health worker one. I am a health one. But all of them now are being stitched together under the leadership of 4 community leaders. The community itself running it, not somebody like Tucson, but the community itself running it. And then I hired a worker, a staff person to staff, because you can't ask the community to try to run everything and still do what they're doing with no resources. So we actually put in, and out of our own pockets, we are funding a worker to do that. So what I'm getting to is, now that you have all of that infrastructure in place with capabilities and competencies in place, now it is much, much easier to go back to the philanthropic community and the business community and to say, there is something of substance that you can sink your anchor in. And there is a demonstrated commitment over a long period of time, and that there is a moral agency to what is being done here that is so compelling that for you to walk away from premature death and disease and say, I don't care, is a moral challenge to your potential partner, which in many ways can be very difficult for them to do. Because once you take away all the excuses, what are you left with? You're left with, I don't give a damn.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that your point about having the community own the solution is so important, but then also making sure they have, you get stuck in the doing, and you need someone who can help kind of take a step back and see a bigger picture or help you move forward. So having, I think we all get stuck in the doing sometimes, but really being able to staff in a way that, in a way that brings everyone together. We. In my previous life, I worked for a different company in their philanthropic team, and we had a community-based partner that really served as that sort of central hub to bring all the stakeholders together around health, and to really really serve in that coordinating capacity. And it helps, one, as I've said several times, bring that clarity on who's doing what, make sure you're not competing with one another, but all aligned into one area. I think especially nonprofits who feel like there's a limited amount of resources out there and so much competition to get them, that often bringing everyone together in a coordinated way can make your results go faster and farther.
Great comment. Ella?
Thank you. I figured the philanthropy expert would enlighten us, and it's wonderful. Actually, both of you. So I'll be probably the least valuable. But on on complex issues like this, I tend to try to group things into three. So I think where philanthropy can play a major role is to fund, number one, just what's needed to get it done. Build it, implement it, start working on it. The second is prove it. Right? So you know it actually measures an impact. And then third is how you scale it. Right? So then spread the word, evangelize it, and distribute it everywhere else, because now you've solved a complex issue and let everyone bear the fruits of the benefit. Specific to this area around disparities, I think there are some very unique opportunities for philanthropy. So number one is the communities that are greatest impact are often in federally qualified health centers where 90% of the people live below the poverty level, 64% are people of color, 1 in 5 rural Americans, children. Like, what an amazing opportunity to promote more equitable care. The second is around training. To sustain this initiative, back to our scale and sustainability early on, train the next generation of clinicians, like places in Morehouse, because that then sustains the initiative so that you have generational impact. And the third is around research. How do we continue to now take that data from the communities of need through the new clinicians that now know how to do care better, and then help fuel the research agenda so that we have not only immediate impact, but sustainable long-term generational impact around these issues?
I think this is important. Let me just follow up on that for a minute. I think ask yourself this question. If you were to ask the community, what scientific breakthroughs have been done recently that affected your life? Other than a Jardins commercial,
Okay.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't have somebody jumping around on a stage with the band and the balloons. We do not help our folk to even begin to understand why what you just said, why is it important to us? Why do I want to engage? How many people know the breakthroughs in sickle cell that just occurred? You know, we don't know it. And so one of the things I think we're really going to have to do a better job on the research side is really making sure, and on the community engagement side, is teaching our people why it makes a difference. And then I think the second thing that kind of derives out of that is that we've got to make sure that we are working with our community to continue to talk about a passion for our survival. How, you know, there is, you know, what drives me crazy is Black Lives Matter. Well, if Black Lives matter, and they do, they have to matter to us first.
Exactly. Yeah.
We don't act like we really believe that, except when the policeman hits us in the head. Then we're pissed. But we don't act like it every day. And so I think we've got a lot of seeding of the ground to do to continue to focus in on that we have a passion for our survival. And then secondly, we need to know that there is something happening that is helping our survival. And then third, and this is a small point, but it's a big point. How many of us have ever gone to the local school board and fought for the budget for the Secondary Science Teachers Association? We don't teach science in our country, and we damn sure don't teach it to our community. And so what we've got to really, really focus in on now, and how, I know at Drew, what we used to have every Saturday was the Saturday Science Academy. And every chair in our place was filled with kids 6 to 14, all wear white coats, all called doctor.
Yeah. We do the same.
You do this, I figured it. And so we need to make sure that the kids are lined up on those stairs and in every little space that, and our kids that would come to the Saturday Science Academy, okay, we got to rush. Our kids that came to the Saturday Science Academy, their parents would always wonder, how come our kids are here on time when they were never on time to go to regular school? And so I think we're going to have to really do much, much more of that.
Thank you. I'm going to pause on my questions and give our attendees an opportunity to pose questions for our outstanding panelists. Any questions? Yes, in the back. Yes, in the goal. Do we have you have a microphone? Okay.
We could use
Thank you. Good afternoon. My question was regarding what role can private sector organizations play in driving community health initiatives and educating their workforce? Thank you.
And educating the workforce.
Yeah, I'll segue really on prior commentary and maybe just make a practical example. So again, we provide software to address clinical bias. Private sector providing it to the local communities who often are resource constrained and don't have those tools, necessarily the budget to support it, is an ideal opportunity to not only impact the lives, but now train, because following the prior comments on we don't do a good enough job about evangelizing science, results, procedures, and it's got to be naturally in the workflow to educate, because that's the opportunity at the point of care to then train and then level up the entire organization. So I think it occurs through, at least in some level, technology, because it drives a lot of the healthcare industry. It involves to providing it to the communities of need, and then continuing to focus on the proper education in this area. So I'll give you a perfect example, right? I was an ER doctor for 25 years. The first time I ever knew that the pulse oximeter underestimates oxygen levels in people with pigmented skin color was during COVID on USA Today. How's that possible? I've taken care of hundreds of thousands of patients in my career. that probably would have mattered. You know, I would look at you, if you're an anesthesiologist putting my kids under and you said, hey, this tool is only going to work in probably 2 of your 4 kids, I'd be like, this is the best you can do? So really heightening an awareness of it in a practical application, not only to benefit the patient, but as a teachable moment, is what we've got to evolve to. And that is through a private sector and a public sector partnership, because my own personal belief, unfortunately, is that I do think innovation occurs more in the private sector because we can take more risks and it's early and immature and you know it's not going to work a bunch of the time. And companies, when they get very mature, it's much harder to do innovation because you have the quarterly goals, you've got shareholder value, you've got a board, you've got to meet that milestone. I can mess up for a while and hide it. They can't.
I'll use the example, based on that, I'll use the example on the clinical side of it. What I think we can see it is, first, we have to have the ability of translating evidence into evidence-based practice so that we're very clear for the workforce understands that new knowledge has been developed that now finds its way into evidence-based practice. And we then be able to use that for education. That then secondly means that we've got to hold our professional societies accountable for that translation of that, so that we now have new standards of practice for how we manage certain things, with the special caveats of how do you solve problems for different population groups that affect the translation of evidence into evidence-based practice. And then third, and to me, it's in some ways an area that is very under-resourced, and that is how we hold clinicians and the workforce accountable for their performance. And I think what we've got to realize now is I'm sick and tired of asking the health system to be nice to people of color, to be kind to poor communities. The hell with that. If you don't meet evidence-based practice and you are being rigorously evaluated, you should have an effect on whether you get paid or not. You know, we got to turn this into this. I mean, I'm tired of playing the violin and begging people. Now, I'm willing to say that as the former executive vice president and chief of medical affairs of United Health Group. And we were the first company that did evidence-based practice after the AMA walked away from evidence-based performance measurement because it was too politically controversial for their people. I was running that program. I left the AMA and went to United, where we implemented it, and then all the other health plans did. So my point being that I am very, very passionate about the fact that poor people should not have to beg for people to be nice to them and treat them well. If we have performance measures that are aligned with new knowledge being integrated into evidence-based practice, and you treat Mrs. Jones like crap, and she has a poor clinical outcome, that ought to be something that is reflected in how you get paid.
I don't think I have anything to add on that.
Dr. Roger, Dr. Tuckson, Dr. Atkins, thank you so very much for this very exciting panel discussion. These are 3 of our partners that we are going to say that we'd like for you to continue being partners with the Morehouse School of Medicine. Thanks so much for your contributions.
All right. Got a lot of microphones in my hand. Give me 1 second to regroup. Here's the clicker. All right. Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. There's a lot that I've learned. And what I will say is that, You know, a lot of us in this room as faculty, staff, and students, you know, we almost have to start thinking about how do we engage private sector, right? How do we engage philanthropy? How do we engage technology companies? And this is the sort of training that we don't normally get, right? And so, you know, hopefully we'll have more time for learning opportunities for that. So next, we're going to go to our second panel. And a lot of these topics were touched upon in the prior discussion, but really we wanted to zoom in on a very specific use case, a very specific problem that aligns with AI and machine learning within the context of clinical medicine. And that is really thinking about external validation and implementation of AI and machine learning in clinical care. This is an area that I've been thinking a lot about, and so what I wanted to do was first invite over our panelists to join us on stage. I'll give, you know, maybe 2 or 3 slides as background context, and then we could go ahead and jump in. And so Dr. Blum, Dr. Safar, and Mary Lou, if you guys don't mind joining us on stage. And as you're joining on stage, I'll go ahead and jump into the slides just to save us a little bit of time. So, you know, this is a slide that I have on literally every single presentation that I give related to AI machine learning. And to me, I think it captures perfectly why we at institutions like Morehouse School of Medicine need to be driving a lot of this work forward. The basic idea is that AI is here, right? It is changing lives. It is being implemented at point of care. But in the same way that we think about, for example, clinical medicine and the lack of representation in the clinical trials that bring about these medicines, we also need to be thinking about representation in the data that is used to create these algorithms. And so basically what we have here is this idea that even if we look back 10, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, and we see that AI has broadly improved health, we'll likely see greater health disparities. And so for us at Morehouse School of Medicine, that's what we're interested in, right? And what we'll be talking about on this panel are kind of the sorts of things we should be thinking about, not just from a perspective of research, but as we're thinking about implementing these technologies at the point of care within our communities, what are some of the things that we should be thinking about? And so what I wanted to talk about very briefly was some of the work that our Center of Excellence under the Beacon of Hope Initiative, how we're approaching the problem. And our mission statement broadly is thinking about how do we build capacity. And by capacity, we're talking about the infrastructure as well in order to harness safe and effective AI in clinical care. And we do that in 3 very key ways. The first one being identifying use cases where there is the opportunity to actually have impact when it comes to AI and ML, specifically around health disparities. And for me, that includes, of course, health areas, right, where we've seen clearly documented health disparities, but then also what are the proven use cases for AI and machine learning? For example, readmissions, right, where we actually can realize the potential benefits, right? And for me, and we'll talk about this a little bit more on the panel, there's a variety of things that we could be working on. The technology is changing so fast that what was popular last week is probably not going to exist a few years from now. And I think that's really important, especially as all of us are trying to incorporate AI and machine learning into our work, we need to understand where is the hype and where is the actual promise. The second area is to, once we've identified that use case, it really comes down to the data. And I don't need to convince anybody here of that, but what's really important is to ensure that we have diversity and representation across our data sets. And oftentimes, we think about that as specifically being racial and ethnic diversity. And in reality, that's not always the case. Why should I believe that my heart failure model that works very well in a population at Grady should work just as well in, let's say, Raleigh-Durham? There is a lot of local context, whether that be individual level drivers of health, whether that be operational decision-making processes. You know, every Epic installation is an N of 1, right? So you can't actually find the same thing everywhere. And then thirdly, there are community level factors that Dr. Kittles had mentioned. But if we're able to align on use cases and we're able to define these large data sets, then we could actually start thinking about how do we validate these technologies on populations that actually are representative of the United States. And then third, again, I want to emphasize this. If you're doing anything in AI and machine learning, it's not just about the data, it's about the infrastructure necessary to collect that data. It's the infrastructure necessary to engineer the pipelines necessary to standardize that data. About 80%, upwards of maybe even 90% of the work that we do as data scientists really is working with data. right? But then also thinking about what infrastructure and what sort of advancements in technology can we leverage that will allow us to make use of the data in a way that actually respects the privacy of communities as well as the security requirements of the organizations. And we'll talk a little bit more about that with Beekeeper AI. And then finally, it's not enough. I want to emphasize this. It's not enough to just say, I have a model that seems to work. You don't know it works until you actually implement it in the real world, right? And so this idea of what we think should be really the standard, actually designing pragmatic trials to be thinking through not just how do I evaluate the model, but how do I actually evaluate and identify strategies to implement it, I think is going to be key as well. And then here on the right-hand side, you see the sort of overview of what the AI lifecycle looks like. And what I want us to focus on is really that real-world performance evaluation. Again, a lot of these big tech companies are really doing this in very defined, very controlled environments. And if we really want to make sure that we're realizing the potential of AI and machine learning to address disparities, we need to make sure that it works within the community and within the kind of places where they receive care. And I'm excited to kind of tell you a little bit about some of the things that we've accomplished in collaboration, of course, being sponsored by Novartis. We would not have been able to do this, so thank you so much, Ashley, for Novartis' support. But then also with other partners here, including Beekeeper, where we are, for example, we've just released a data set on heart failure that is going to be used for this idea of multi-site validation. We already are working with Mount Sinai on that project, as well as Common Spirit, received another grant for that. But there really is opportunity to really develop a sort of collaborative model, an end-to-end infrastructure for being able to do this work, so we announced that. We also recently joined another program that, again, Beekeeper is a part of with TopCon Health. It's kind of this idea of health through the eye. So there's been some interesting research about all the interesting things that you could do with simply a retinal scan, right? And the idea that if we can ensure that these models that are being developed and sold by companies like Microsoft, that they are kind of unbiased, right? That's work that we're contributing there. We're also a part of a national consortium thinking about trustworthy AI that was put together by Microsoft. Again, the only HBCU that's part of that. And then more recently, we actually won an award for some of the work that we're doing to establish a national network of quality assurance labs that, again, touches upon all those three factors, identifying use cases. So again, what use cases should we be focusing on that are aligned with community priorities? Developing data sets. How do we ensure that FQHCs, as well as other kind of physicians in more rural areas, that their data is being contributed? And then finally, thinking about that infrastructure. So with that, I'll skip over this slide, but I'm really excited to be moderating this panel, which I think will give us a good perspective as to what AI machine learning looks like within kind of the clinical world. And I'll have each of you, if you don't mind, introduce yourselves, and then really maybe we'll start off with the first question, which is, what does AI look like within your day-to-day?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Lou Watson. I'm an attorney, and I'm a partner with the law firm of Fox Rothschild. But I am a patent attorney in the pharmaceutical and biotechnology space. Prior to my 30 years of experience as a patent attorney, I was a clinical and research pharmacologist for about 11 years and did a lot of work in drug development and drug discovery. And you know, as in the past, I mean, we saw things like rational drug design. That's where kind of AI was involved in drug discovery and those kinds of models. And it is now changing tremendously because the data that's being collected is informing so much of what can be done. And in my space, in intellectual property and innovation, what we're always looking for is what is the inventive aspects of what is being generated. What is it informing? And so that's really much of what, in a very general way, I look at when clients come to me in an effort to patent their intellectual property related to things that could be initiated through AI.
Thanks. Before I jump in, I want to thank Dr. Idris for having us here. You guys might not appreciate the rock star that you have we see all of this around the country and around the globe, and his forward-thinking innovation and his great partnership is really outstanding. So thank you very much for that. So I'm Michael Blum. I'm a cardiologist. I've spent my 30-year career taking care of patients, but also in the digital health space. So through the electronic health record era, yes, I was one of those people responsible for shoving EHRs down everyone's throats. So you can throw things at me now. Then as we transitioned into the digital health era, the era of wearables and social and mobile, I led UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, in creating the Center for Digital Health Innovation, and that transitioned into the recurrence of AI and ML in healthcare through that into the world of LLMs. We developed some technology there that became the technology for Beekeeper, and we spun the company out from University of California about 3 years ago now. So I left with the technology that we had created to be the founding CEO. We're incredibly proud of the partnership with Morehouse and with Dr. Idris, and it is not only, I think, changing the way the nation is thinking about this data and these data sets, but it's changing the trajectory for the company, so we're incredibly appreciative of that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nabil Sufthar. I am a radiologist, and radiology is one of those specialties that is incredibly sensitive to technology. If it's not on, we start twiddling our thumbs and making angry calls to IT. Unfortunately, I also work in IT, so I get those calls. Before I came to Atlanta about 10 years ago, I was working at the Children's Hospital in DC, where we had a research institute that did a lot of machine learning and AI research. And in imaging, there's a big push to be able to use these technologies to be able to quantify, to predict, to categorize, to diagnose. And what we realized is just because someone, a plastic surgeon, thinks that a skull shape doesn't meet his criteria for what a normal skull shape is, sometimes it is normal for that population. We were able to start determining that in a quantitative and mathematical way. Came to Atlanta about 10 years ago to Emory, where I still practice as a radiologist, work with their IT organization, Emory Digital, and now I'm serving as the interim chief AI officer for Emory Healthcare and Emory University, which is one of the ways that I've gotten to know Dr. Idris, because there's a lot of good collaboration happening back and forth in research and education, in data sets, et cetera, and in more practical ways. So pleased to be here.
Thank you so much. So maybe we'll jump straight into a more technical question, right, for those on the panel. What does it mean to validate a model? Is it kind of like the way we think about validating a drug? And then on top of that, there are, of course, various ways in which you could validate. Maybe you could speak to what does it mean to have a clinically relevant or clinically meaningful AI model?
Yeah, it's a great question. So validating a model, it depends on the model, and it depends on why you want to use it. So I'm going to back up for a second. You know, you can get a sports car and read its 0 to 60 in perfect conditions on a track. And then you bring it home and you try to drive it, and you realize you're not getting the same speed and expertise because your driveway, your neighborhood is different than the track conditions in Germany or wherever you read it. Validating a model is similar in many ways. There are performance metrics that companies will submit to the FDA, for example, to get an FDA-cleared device so it can be used as software as a medical device, or they'll make claims in their marketing. But it is different at your institution, guaranteed, than what their claims are. At our institution, some of the FDA-cleared AI that we've deployed for interpretation of CT scans, we're seeing 10% lower accuracy than their published model. So it's got to be local. It's also got to be specific to the use case. In some cases, it's okay to have lower accuracy if the workflow is right if the right human is in the loop and if it can make an impact that's tangible. So it varies, whether you're looking at imaging, a generative AI model, what the purpose is, but it's got to be locally validated. And that's difficult and expensive, and it takes expertise. It's not as trivial as the salespeople would sometimes tell you, with no offense to any salespeople in the room.
As a CEO, I think I'm the chief salesperson for everything. So I think exactly right, agree, but I would helicopter up one level, because when a salesperson or a manufacturer is trying to sell you an AI something, you can start off by disbelieving them, because where they've developed their performance numbers are in their industry, in their lab, in their offices, with data that they've had and been working with for probably years before they ever got to market. So the concept of validation is, prove to me that what you're telling me about your model performance is anything that addresses reality. To your 10%, we've seen things 50% off, right? So you gotta start by saying, does this thing just work relatively as the manufacturer is telling you? So that's kind of the first step of validation, is get over that bar of, are you in the realm of reasonability? Are you in the realm of a performance? And the number that people throw around a lot for accuracy and sensitivity, or you can think about sensitivity, specificity, but the area under the curve people talk about a lot, and generally say, well, if it's better than 0.85, 85% of the time in certain things, it's generally right. It's kind of like a bar you got to get across to even be in the game. So the first level of validation is, does this thing perform on a completely different data set that it's never seen in that same way? And it's like just table stakes. If you can't get there, try to do something different, go and do a different job. But it got more complicated when we started to realize, what Nabil was saying, that if you take a model that performs pretty well, and even on a new population performs pretty well, that when you challenge it against a broad population of patients that it hasn't seen before, including typically underrepresented population, does it still perform well generally? And how does it perform on that specific population? And that's where we're seeing a lot of decrease in performance. So you're kind of upping the bar as we go along with validation. So that's like what we think is a real world validation. Take your model out of the lab, out of your business, into the real world, show us that it still works. And that's a lot of what Chai and Train that you've heard about, that's a lot of where they're going. And then, as you said, there's local validation. Okay, well, that's great, performs well on the world's data. Well, my institution isn't the world, so show me that it works on my institution's patients, and that's the local piece of it. You also mentioned a critically important piece, that as data scientists, as developers, we get very focused on the algorithm and how it's going to work and which computer it's going to work on. The most important part of all this, wow, you really get, is really when you build it into the systems, and that's where you were going. When it's delivered through your EHR, in your workflows, does that performance translate into the performance that the individuals are delivering to a patient in that encounter in the way you expect? And that's the least studied part of all this. There's a whole big science called implementation science that grew up when there was a change in quality and the way we thought about quality 20 years ago. This concept of implementation science came. But implementation science and AI haven't been married yet. And that's the piece that has to happen to really go end to end with validation. So I'll stop there before I take up all the time.
Did you want to speak to that as well?
I'll just mention one thing. So from an IP or intellectual property perspective, usually validation happens after there is an innovative concept about, we believe that these types of entity, whether it's a chemical entity or a biologic, will work in a particular group, and then the validation comes through the clinical trials. However, and that validates what has already been filed on, and then supports that. However, in clinical trials, the additional validation that comes out of it could generate additional intellectual property. One of the things that we talk to clients about is really paying attention to just discoveries that occur that were unexpected. And certainly if you have diverse populations of patients that that you're working with in a clinical trial, something will come out of that, just as was mentioned, if you're looking at radiologic images. Well, if what you're using or doing to treat a patient is not being effective in one group, it has to pose the question why, right? And as you start to look at that further, those additional validating efforts will usually generate additional intellectual property. So that's usually like the next step, but we communicate constantly because innovation is always being developed and discovered through those trials.
And I think you're hitting on something I think that's really important to understand, right? And we have a lot of course, faculty, staff, and students here who are thinking about how to integrate AI and machine learning into their work, right? And so one of the things that I think I've always thought about is that it's not just the model, it's the data. It is the code that's written in order to do the feature engineering, meaning how do I go from my raw data set to the variables that are actually going to go into my model, right? Once you have your model, right? How is that going to be productized, right? We're talking about that in earlier. So maybe I'll ask you, Mary Lou, to start off with this one, but what does it mean to be an inventor in AI?
Yeah, so that's a great question. That's something that we deal with often because the concept of what that means is different from group to group. So Dr. Idris and I have talked about this before, and I use this kind of sous chef kind of way of describing it. So if you come up with the concept of what you believe is the inventive aspect of what you're doing, and so you have someone that comes up with that concept, and you're in a lab, and you ask those that are in your lab to basically run these concepts through, right? So you're basically kind of from the chef perspective, the chef has come up with the innovative idea, but then the chef needs to validate that idea and will give those instructions. So the sous chef is basically kind of putting those things together and saying like, yes, what you expected happened. However, if that sous chef says, you know what, I'm running these studies and I'm finding that what you expected didn't happen, and then that additional researcher or technician in the lab says, you know what, I've seen this somewhere before, I wonder if this will work, and then they add something different or do something different to that model, then that person potentially becomes an inventor as well. So the way you have to look at it in a very basic way is in a patent application, what matters is what's being claimed, right? What you're actually going for. And what we look at from our end when we deal with institutions is who added what inventive aspect to each claim. And that's how inventorship is determined. So the typical lawyer's answer is it depends, right? It make people crazy when I say that. And it's not because I'm trying to be obtuse. It's because it really does depend. The facts matter and the contributions matter in every step of the way. So that is kind of like a roundabout way of saying that anyone could end up being an inventor, but just because you followed through with steps that you were given initially does not make you an inventor on something that might be filed as a patent application.
So I think this is a really fascinating space because I think that AI, and particularly in the clinical space, is going to cause tremendous stress in the intellectual property world because, you're thinking of a world that was based on inventions and how we invented 100 years ago, and you filed a patent, and then that patent lasted for 25 years. And the AI that we're inventing today is out of date in a week, right? And the people are being replaced by the AI itself. So not only is AI changing this because it grows so rapidly and changes so rapidly, but the AI technology, the move from machine learning and into the deep learning world and now into generative AI is foundationally changing all of this. So if you haven't been paying attention, the same chatbot that you talk to that you're incredibly impressed by how it writes your kids' homework better than you could ever have written a paper in your life is also now writing all the code for AI. And to the point where in GitHub, which is where all the code gets put as it's being developed, over 90% of the code that is getting put up in GitHub now is now generated by machines. and that is only going up faster and faster. So it was not long ago that had broken 80%, and everyone was amazed. So now it's pushing to the point. So Microsoft now has the AI Foundry, which is a set of generative AI tools and other tools that make it so all this work that we just talked about, and the feature engineering and all of that work, is now really done by a machine. And the piece that's left is what you were saying, the, aha, what if we try this instead of that? But even that is getting smaller, because now when it returns the results, it says, well, here's your performance. Perhaps you should do this, that, or the other thing to really do it. So, and that all happens, in 2 minutes now. So what was a 10-year project to invent something and then patent it is now, so this is really going to be a fantastically changing space as we watch it. Makes it much harder for faculty and for trainees to see, how do I become part of something that lasts long? I think the days of inventing a molecule that is going to persist for 25 years, when you're thinking about AI, it's very different. You should assume it's going to change. You're going to assume that you have to build it to keep improving it, and you should assume that the machine is going to help you do that. It's not some genius person who's going to figure this stuff out, because the machine knows everything the genius person knows now.
No?
I have
Okay.
nothing valuable to add to those excellent
question.
responses.
Add one quick
Please.
thing to that. I mean, so you're spot on about that. And all of this is in such a state of flux that we are constantly trying to learn. So in my traditional space of pharma and biotech and so on, which has been very linear, how you do this, in the software space, my counterparts that do software, they even file patent applications very differently. They're filing patent applications every week, because what you did last week is out of date already. So now we're trying to find ways of, like, how do we come together? Like, how do we, do what we traditionally do and advise our clients in a way that can help them keep up with the IP and the development? And it really is in a state of flux. So there are going to be times that I have no clue. I have no idea what we're going to do. And many of us have these conversations and we have no idea. So we just kind of talk it out and see if someone generates a thought or an idea about a path forward as we help our clients get protection on their IP.
I was going to say, yeah. For those of you who don't know, Claude is another large language model. But Nabil, I do have maybe a follow-up question, more specifically on the data, right? So you have large health systems, right, who are sitting on all of this data. Some might argue not great quality, but still a lot of data. I'm sure you have a lot of people, including perhaps researchers in the room, who might be knocking on your door. What, in your mind, is, again, sticking within this who owns what, who's developing what, how do health systems, how do you think about identifying, number one, the appropriate use cases and prioritizing certain collaborations, as well as thinking through some of your own, security and privacy concerns, and, you are ultimately using patient identified data at some level. Perhaps it might need to be identified, but how do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first of all, data, whether the research subject data or patient data, people have become suddenly extremely interested in it. In the age of AI, nobody really cared about the data, but now this data suddenly is very valuable, not only for research purposes, but potentially to drive innovation, IP, and profits. So we have seen a couple of different models that could work, and frankly, there's a debate in the industry right now. And schools of medicine, healthcare institutions, companies have to figure out where they stand on this. There's one side of the debate, one camp that says, we're going to be protective of our patient data, of our research data. It belongs, even though legally we may own it, there's a shared rights and responsibilities model that we ascribe to. It really belongs to the patients, and we are not going to share it, very easily. On the other hand, there is another school of thought or camp that says, wait a second, most of our AI models, the data that informs them are driven from 4 localities: Massachusetts, California, New York, and maybe Pennsylvania. Why is that? And when Washington State said that we're going to have a law that says that our patients, our citizens can opt out of their data being used for any AI development, guess what happened? Companies said, well, we're not going to use any of your citizens' data. So now there's an unintended consequence of if you're too protective, all the performance degradation that we get when we see the AI being used in Atlanta is because our populations, our patients, our research are not informing the models that would make the performance go up. So there's a tension. There's a tension. On the one hand, you want to protect, you want to make sure that the benefit flows back to the patients, to the research subjects, to the local population. On the other hand, you want to share so that we can get some of that benefit from contributing to it. So we are trying to balance that, frankly, and we have internally in our institution, we have a rubric where we try to be very careful. You know, research, sure. Collaborations, consortia, absolutely. We are very reluctant for-profit, arrangements where we are not sure that there's really a benefit to the donors of the data who are ultimately the patients.
Yeah, all great points. I think I would come back to where Dr. Kittle started, that if your genetics aren't in the data sets, then they don't work for you. Same thing here. If your clinical data, your lab tests, your imaging, your omics data, so not just genomics, but proteomics data, if all that data of yours is not in there, and the model doesn't know you, and the model hasn't trained on you or someone like you, then the model isn't going to perform as well for you and people like you. So there is absolutely an imperative to have people participating. People are somewhat kind of fall into two camps. The fringe who say, well, I want some money for doing it. And, this is something valuable and I want value to it. That's kind of, I think, noise in the system. You hear that a lot, but I don't think that's the real thing. I think people are legitimately concerned about the risk of loss of the data. And even after data has been, quote unquote, de-identified, the pretty easy re-identifiability of the data. So when I was at UCSF, we spent a lot of time answering the kind of questions you have and trying to figure out who we could trust, which partners, even if they were big corporate partners, if there were other academics, the number of times someone shared a data set with another academic and then the partner at the academic place left and then no one could find the data anymore and the data was gone. Thousands and thousands of patient-sensitive records were gone. So people have very, very legitimate concerns about it. And one of the concerns is that if you have healthcare data, it is the most valuable kind of data from a data theft perspective because you can then do healthcare fraud and other kinds of fraud with that data. So it's not as though it's a crazy person thing. This is a very legitimate problem, but it goes exactly in the face of that you need to have your data in the data set. So that's actually shameless plug because that's where the company comes from. We were running into that exact problem at UCSF. We were working with GE to develop models that were going to run on their scanners, and we developed great models. But as soon as they got further out away from San Francisco, they didn't perform as well. So we had to go get a lot of data to improve that. And no one wanted to give you the kind of data when you're working with a company that would do it. So we had to run around the tree a lot to make it happen. Eventually worked out great, and the stuff works now. But that's what led to Beekeeper, because as much as I was bashing on technology for stealing everyone's ideas before, the good side of what you can do now is you can have it both ways. You can protect the data with the same level of protection that the CIA and the NSA use to protect all our country's secrets. That technology is now available to protect the data while still allowing the data to be included in the computation. That's why, Morehouse, total kudos to you guys because you say, we don't give our data away. Same thing you said. The data is to be protected, but we need to participate. So that's what led to our collaboration is we can protect the data together. We can keep it completely protected, but still very usable for the patient's interest. So I think we have to be careful that we don't get caught in that dichotomy of protected or unprotected. That's an old story. The bigger question is, what should we be doing? Where should we pick to go first?
I think just kind of further expounding on that with Dr. Kittle's, and we talked about representation matters, right? So what if there are underrepresented populations where there's a larger group within a certain state that doesn't allow you to use that data. I mean, so this is where it comes down to the political aspects of things. Who's there to say, hey, listen, maybe we need to think about this differently and approach this differently. And again, in the law, state law matters, right? So we've got to look at all of those aspects. And really just trying to work through things. I tell people often that the stuff that I learned or knew, or we all learned, whether you're in medical school or whether you're in law school, we learn those things as a baseline, right? But life and our experience causes us to have to pivot in many ways. And even in the legal world, where we learn and grow as practitioners are those cases that we didn't anticipate before, that we didn't see, and how we work through those things to hopefully come up with some type of a solution that's as inclusive as possible.
Sticking on the topic of data real quick, Mary Lou, if I can kind of ask a quick follow-up. You know, again, I mentioned we have faculty, staff, students here who are interested in AI. If I am contributing my data to the development of your model, does that count as IP? Is there a co-development of IP there? Or to the point you're making earlier, there has to be some innovative, something new, something that I'm providing beyond that. I want to make sure that everyone walks away from this discussion with a good idea of, you know, how they can contribute to the intellectual property that is coming out of this work.
Right, so it depends, right? But no, in all seriousness, you know, it does depend, and it depends on what you are developing or discovering out of your data and what you're adding to the mix of it. Not just the data alone. Usually, the data is something that supports that innovative concept. So it really comes down to what is it that is new and different, right? Those are our standards in the IP world, whether it's novel or non-obvious. Someone skilled in the art would not have just kind of thought about doing that and adding that to it. So I would say that it's really what comes from your analysis of the data and what you're contributing to the ultimate innovation.
Yeah, please, Michael.
Quick thought about that. How many of you here have iPhones or a Samsung phone? How many of you got paid by Apple or Samsung to use Siri or whatever the other assistant is? One. We want to have the improvements in society. We want to have the improvements in health. We want to have the improvements in safety that we have as a society. I can totally see, well, yeah, but I don't want to end up having someone do healthcare fraud on me or talking about my kids or my family because of it. But the concept of I should get paid because I went to the doctor and got taken care of at the doctor and it generated lab results on me and those ended up building an algorithm that improves health for society, and that we should take the incredible task on of then figuring out who gets what piece of all of that seems to get right in the way of this is a way we can do good and participate and be included in the benefit. It's the benefit of doing that that gets us there. If we all say, I want my money because my data got included, it's going to raise the bar a whole lot higher.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of institutions are struggling with. So I agree, it's difficult to remunerate individuals for your personal data contribution. However, an institution, an organization's data contribution to a consortium or a company has cost, expense, overhead. It's not free. And so it's also not right to give it away without anything back to the organization to be able to maintain those pipelines, the expertise, the IP expertise to be able to manage, and the enhancement of the data, because we're rarely talking about like raw data. We're talking about data that's been cleaned, where the gaps have been filled, where it's been joined and transformed and enhanced in many ways. And that requires a lot of effort, and it requires a lot of investment. So there is value exchanging hands, virtual hands in this case, through organizations, data flowing in one direction and sometimes remuneration flowing in another direction. I have seen some arrangements where that only occurs once there's IP that goes to market and there's profits or revenue of some kind, which then comes back to the organizations and a consortium which have contributed to it, but rarely, if ever, to the individuals. I agree.
So, 100% that organizations who are doing all of that work to create usable data. So you hear data's the new oil, right? Or yeah, data's the new oil. So it's what's going to power the future, all that. But the oil that comes out of the ground, not so useful, right? You got to do a lot of that refining to generate usable. Same thing with the data. The organizations that do all that work, they have costs. That's what cost recharges are for, and that's what data access fees are for. That's very different use case than well, my data ended up in there because I had a lab test at your organization. I think there's a different story that's kind of also interesting is when you have all these individuals that are tracking all these metrics around themselves, the quantified selves, or the people who have edge case diseases and they do a tremendous amount of data collection. Those can be individually valuable data sets for creating models. So there's a little bit of complexity. My point is just that as an individual, I don't expect to get paid because I went to the doctor and got a blood test or an imaging test done out of that.
So we start off by talking about what is validation. We also talked about some of the intellectual property aspects of it. I think one of the nice things for the folks in this room, particularly if you're doing research, a lot of the work that you're doing really is at the cutting edge of identifying problems and solving problems. So there's definitely kind of real world intellectual property, and in this current environment, definitely don't overlook it. So some advice that Mary Lou always gives me is disclose. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Unfortunately, Dr. Lillard is not available to be here, but we do have folks within the institution who can help you navigate that. One of the things I want to talk a little bit about now is not just the technical aspects of data, AI, machine learning, validation, clinical medicine, but there's this idea of governance. A lot of the things that we're talking to, who has access to what, when, why, how much does it cost, a lot of these things come down to perhaps governance. And I know, Michael, one of the things that we talked about in our prep meetings is this idea of end-to-end governance. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure. So governance is actually the bigger, more important part of the validation story. So validation is one of the tasks of governance. Governance is first of all, that has to be an organizational ethos, is that we have governance process, not just over AI, but over safety, over pharmacy, all of these things. And the Joint Commission comes and surveys you to make sure you're doing those things appropriately. Governance in AI is a new evolving thing, so people look at it as it's some new magical thing, but it's not. It's governance just like you have to have effective organizational governance over anything else. But the critically important part is that who you have represented within that governance, how you structure the governance, who's there. It can't be the data scientist doing governance. It can't be the data scientist and the privacy officer doing governance. It's got to be the broad representation from the organization and from the patient community that it serves needs to participate in the governance as well. And so the governance job is a lot of what we heard about. Picking the targets that we're going to look for first. Should we only be doing revenue cycle things because those are safe to do now and they're critically important to the organization? Or do we want to do those and start dipping our toe into clinical recommendations? We're not going to get to clinical diagnostics yet. Oh, clinical diagnostics are coming along and they're impacting us. Let's start figuring out how we're going to govern those. And the governance process starts there. Then it has the technical specialists who ask the questions of, okay, here are 3 companies. How do you know they work? That gets into that validation process. And the validation and governance goes into how you implement it. We already had a little talk about it's all about the workflow that you implement. The governance is responsible for making sure that the experts are there who know how to implement within a workflow, that implementation science piece. And the piece that's frequently missed is then studying it. How do you prove that you got the outcomes you thought you were going to get because you did this thing is the first step. And if you didn't, why, and how are you going to fix that? But then the second step is, are you persistently getting those outcomes, or are the outcomes deteriorating? And that could be because your process has changed because you made a change, another change happened, or the model could be changing. So we talk about governance of the model is constant validation, updated validation. You have to have saved the original data set that you validated on, and you have to save the original model, and then run the new model against the data set to see if you have persistent performance there. So that's all controlled by governance. And that's kind of being made in real time now. You know, Chai is doing that. Some real interesting work from Vanderbilt coming around at that. And it was a fascinating experience when we were at Chai at Health in Vegas last year. We had one of the first meetings about this, and we're all talking about data and how everyone's going to get data. And like, several of the organizations who are not well resourced, you know, think of the edges of Texas, places like that, they stood up and they said, hey, you guys are talking about all this model stuff and all this governance stuff. We don't have governance. We don't even have people who know how to spell governance in our organization. Someone's going to have to come and do the governance with us. And that's now led to several groups are forming the ability to do governance as a service for organizations, because you know, the big academics and the big delivery systems have governance, but you can't do AI well without governance. It becomes a risky undertaking. So this is a rapidly evolving space.
If you wanted to add to that, especially that post-deployment, I think one of the things that I'm taking away from your answers, validation isn't a point in time, right? There is a variety of things that could change, whether that be the local context, whether how data is collected, or updates to the model, one parameter you're changing. So I wonder, Nabil, if you can add to that, but I'm curious if you could also harp on this idea of post-deployment validation as well, or governance.
Yeah, governance is hard. Governance is hard because when you're doing it, it's the right thing to do. It's how you make decisions as an organization. When someone else is doing it to you, it's how they say no to your project. Yes. Right? And I agree with everything.
It's better to be the governor than the governor.
Right. You don't want to be the governed. You want to be the governor, right? But it's really, this is a really emotional time in AI. I agree. It's fundamentally, governance for AI is not that different than governance for other decisions, whether in technology or not. It requires broad buy-in, requires clear principles, you know, whether it's a command and control or a democratic process. It's different for every organization depending on their values. You know, what is slightly different about AI, I think, maybe not 100%, but something that I feel like we do need to emphasize more, is that post-deployment ongoing monitoring. Because when you deploy something that's very deterministic, you expect its performance to be the same today as it will be for the most part tomorrow. With AI, we see all different causes of performance degradation, various types of drift. And we can see that something that was working well today, you bring on a new hospital and you let them start using it. You buy some new scanners. You're treating a different population, that performance goes down. But that performance evaluation, that post-deployment monitoring, is not trivial to do. It requires resources. It requires experts. It requires being able to say to someone whose career is invested in the success of that project, because it may be a homegrown AI solution, or it may be a vendor that people have developed very deep relationships with, to say, we're turning this off because it's dangerous. That ruffles feathers. People get really upset really fast. So the post-deployment monitoring is how we have determined, in some cases, actually the AI that we've deployed is working really well. In some cases, it's not working as well as advertised, but still has a positive impact. In other cases, we're going to put this back into the background. You can keep running it so that we can evaluate it, but we are no longer going to use this predictive model. We're going to go with the other predictive model, because we can see its performance is doing better. But this requires a lot of people with a lot of expertise, and it will require someone to be able to say firmly, no, we're not going to do it anymore, we're going to turn it off, and someone's feeling is going to be hurt. And that, in my experience, is the hardest part of governance in a health organization.
It almost feels like governance is the human part, all right, of AI, right? That's where people actually have to make decisions at the end of the day. And, you know, as you put it, there are a variety of different groups who need to have an input. And oftentimes in our work, community sometimes is kind of the last if they have any input at all. So I don't know, perhaps you can share, each of you, a little bit about the role that community members or folks who are, let's say, non-technical but are kind of trusted intermediaries of the community, what role they can play in the responsible design, development, and deployment of these technologies. And I know, Mary Lou, we always try to stick, within our lanes. I would love if you could maybe speak a little bit to some of the work that you're doing in the city around offering, for example, office hours, because it really is around leveling up our understanding of these technologies. Of course, you're doing more around IP, but certain things we can learn from that in terms of ways of incorporating community as well.
Absolutely. I always tell, I work with a lot of entrepreneurs and incubators, and so I'm in the Philadelphia area. And one of the things that I've done that I think is critical is basically volunteer my time for free office hours for individuals who are in these startups to come in, because I always start out by saying what you don't know usually can and will hurt you, right? And so it's really more of an education aspect of those in the community of what they need to know as they are either developing things. You have folks that, everybody and anybody can be an inventor, right? You don't have to be a scientist to be an inventor, and sometimes it's even conveying that. So there could be things that someone in the community, and this is a community-based group that I'm involved in, may have a concept or some aspect of a discovery, and it's building those relationships and just helping them understand that, hey, there's somebody there that if you don't know, you can come and ask that question. And it's really just it's opening those doors. It does not have to be that deep. It is letting the community know that we are there. We are a partner, right? I'm here. People see me, and they make certain presumptions about me based upon how I look, what I do, my profession, but they don't know that I come from the same community. I grew up in the same neighborhoods, and I've seen much of the same things that they've seen. So it's really just kind of letting people know that we have to kind of act in a manner of being team members. And I'm going to look out for your interest, and look, maybe something that you've come up with will help either me or someone in my family or in some way. So it's really just opening those doors and being there, and not kind of being up here and you can't come up and talk to me. We're all going to be right here together and have those conversations.
That's awesome. Sounds like the Morehouse model. The Morehouse model.
So I think I said initially, it's super important that the community is part of governance, that they can point the use of the tools where they think it's important, and that can be negotiated with the organization. So all that is super important, but we shouldn't walk away thinking that means you need to have data scientists in your community who are participating. The data scientist or the technologist is probably not the community person you want participating in your governance. The job of the subcommittees of governance is to process the input enough so the average person who's representing your community can understand what you're talking about and say, from my perspective for this community, this is a good thing, or this is where we need to draw the line about withdrawing things. That's what you're looking for. You're not looking for, oh, look at that, we're lucky we're in the San Francisco Bay Area and we have 100 community-based people who want to participate in digital health or AI governance. That's not functional governance. Functional governance allows the average person who cares and wants to participate to do it, and the information is created in a way that they can take it in and give you the useful feedback.
One thing that I've learned from the Morehouse model is it's really important to be in conversation with people in the community who are not the data scientists necessarily, come from different backgrounds. We have patient and family advocates at various department levels or at different levels, and having conversation with them that goes back and forth is super critical. I'll give you some examples. A lot of institutions are employing or considering employing something called a no-show model. This predicts potentially whether a patient or a group of patients may not show up to a certain clinic. And if there's likely to be empty slots in a clinic, well, it's kind of like an airplane. Maybe we have options, right? What are those options? Well, you could call that person and say, maybe you can come, maybe we can get you an Uber or a Lyft, or you could overbook the clinic. But those are two different experiences for those patients, depending on the decision you make. So you could be consistently punishing, giving people a different lower experience if you consistently overbook a clinic based on a no-show model versus actually investing in, well, let's get you to the appointment somehow. Let's figure it out. That is the kind of feedback when you talk to patient family advocates or whatever they're called in your organization, helps us inform I think the right decision for that. It also means as we look at our intake consent, as we look at our notice of privacy practices, people are asking us about AI and they want us to be able to inform them about how AI might be used in the system and whether they can opt in, opt out, whether they have a choice in that. There's not always a choice to opt out. There's some things that are considered the standard of care now, and there's no way somebody could turn it off for just one patient. But explaining that and then showing to these patient advocates, family advocates, well, what does this mean? You know, is it something nefarious or is it something that you really want? People learn from us who are employing the AI and deploying the AI, and then we learn from them to be able to make decisions that hopefully, you know, prevent us from ending up on the front page in a bad way.
Thank you. So maybe we'll wrap up with one question for each of you. Of course, you know, I'm sure in your training, AI, you probably didn't get much AI training, right? Now everything is being, you know, impacted, whether it be your day-to-day productivity tools all the way through, again, within the context of clinical research and clinical care. So what advice would you have for folks here who are thinking about integrating AI and machine learning into their day-to-day? You know, is it, you know, anything from, you know, Dr. Blum, Michael, you mentioned that, you know, well, AI is coding everything. That doesn't necessarily mean I don't need to know how to code, right? You know, and then of course there's the idea of, you know, what is our domain expertise that we could contribute to, for example, the intellectual property, or if we're working within larger organizations, how do we kind of navigate those realities and the fears that folks have that, for example, that AI might replace jobs? Anybody want to go first? Yeah.
I'll start. Training on AI, I think, is critically important at every level of professional development, whether someone's a student, a trainee, or an established professional. I think learning how to prompt effectively is a skill we're all going to need. And we have seen this. We deployed AI to a hospital. It was supposed to be an AI chatbot for nursing policies. What we found was there was a group of nurses who knew exactly what to do with this thing. They were just out of nursing school. They had been using it to cheat on their term papers for the last 3 years. They knew exactly what to do, right? It's not really cheating if it's allowed, you know, but, and then there was a group of nurses who were putting in terms the way they would put into Google or Yahoo search. You know what I mean? They just didn't get it. They didn't understand how to do it. They needed that training. I think, depending on the discipline, the basics of AI, very high level, understanding what's possible, what works, what doesn't work, is an important pillar. The responsible and ethical use of AI, how it can go wrong, is an important pillar, and only then the specifics for one's discipline. You know, I think some organizations, some people believe like AI is a river and we can dam it up. We can stop the flow. Not possible. But what we can do is we can be like that whitewater rafting guy that says, there's a rock over there, you need to paddle left hard now. You know, there's gonna be a little bit of a drop here, it's only 3 feet, you're gonna be fine, just hold on to the straps on the side. So the AI experts, the people who are training us and teaching us in AI can not prevent us from using it, but they can help us to do it safely and get us down that river quickly and in an enjoyable way.
So I would say that the transition from the traditional machine learning, the AI that we used to think of, into the world of generative AI has been one of the most impactful societal and technological shifts that certainly I've seen in my lifetime. And we've seen the tip of the iceberg. It is happening faster and faster, and it's unknown what, you know, the eventual ramifications are. But if you just think back to, was it 2 years ago now, when people first got exposed to ChatGPT and the chat interface, to the way it is now, that, as you were saying, every paper that's written now is way better than any, thing that Tolstoy ever wrote, because it is, right? That change, just, you don't even realize where generative AI is being used in the background. It's fundamentally changing society, and it's only going to be faster. The question is, how do you keep it from doing bad things? People are starting to try to build guardrails. We've already discovered that the AI has gotten smart enough to turn off the guardrails that you were trying to build to keep it from doing bad things. So that's a little concerning. But it's been fascinating watching. So I have a 21-year-old and a 23-year-old, how quickly they switched from the Google world to the Chat AI world, Chat GPT, the generative AI world, and how quickly the one who's a biomedical engineer and is in this space and writing code, how quickly that was natural for him. So makes you, if you're a little bit more senior with a little less, more gray hair, it makes it unimaginable how you can keep up with this pace of change without living in it. So I think that where you were going, both of you said, is we have to find mentors for people that can teach them the pieces that you need to know, while recognizing that you don't need to become an expert in any of this. You need to learn how to leverage tools. Now, for the data scientists and for code writers, it's a completely different world. I think if you're starting out now and going through computer science, you better anticipate that the computer science that you thought you were going to learn about how to learn a couple different languages, how to code things at the base, all that's going to change. It's already changed, and it's going to change much more dramatically. If you thought you were a data scientist who was, by themselves going to work with a couple other people to world-changing algorithms, that's already changing. That future is already here, and the tools are doing it for you now. So it's going to be learning about the tools and what are the next generations of things to come, which are just coming faster and faster. Horrible, horrible hand wave of an answer, but we don't know yet. I mean, humankind has never seen a change like this that continues to accelerate in a complexity that's only superficially understood, but at the same time is so impactful on your daily life in a way you don't think it. So I would just say buckle up. This is going to be a super, super cool ride for, the next decade or so.
I would say think about how AI can just improve who you are and how you think. First have to understand what you individually bring to the table, and how AI can help to improve on what you can continue to bring to the table. So I thought back, listening to the two of you, I thought back to my pharmacy days in the 80s. We used to actually type up patient labels in the hospital, and it was very labor intensive. And then one day we were told that we were getting a new computing system and that all of the labels were going to be generated by the computer. And while that sounded great, we were like, oh no, we have to learn how to use computers, and then once you were on the other side of it, it was like, oh my gosh, how come we weren't doing this a long time ago? And what it allowed me to do is not do that labor-intensive job of typing labels, but I could be on the phone with the clinician. I could look at the patient's labs and maybe see something that may have indicated that there could be some drug interaction with what was going on with the patient, and I can have that conversation with the physician. And then it brings me to a more recent example of my 92-year-old mother. Actually, at 90, one of my friends, without my knowledge or permission, taught my mother how to use ChatGPT. And she has literally almost become an expert. It's funny to watch her talk to my kids about what she's doing. So my mother has had multiple professions throughout her life. Her last of 30 years was as an ordained Presbyterian pastor, and she retired at the age of 90 after doing that for 30 years, right? So she wanted to continue doing her thing. So she's talking to this friend of mine, and my friend says, well, Reverend Taylor, you could actually use ChatGPT to help you with some of your lessons, because she still continues to teach in certain communities and so on. And he said, try this prompt. And she tried a prompt, and she goes, oh my goodness, I can't believe, that I could have been using this and adding to it. And she knew, though, from her knowledge, the accuracy of what was being given to her. So it actually goes to that whole point of, how do you validate what AI is giving you. But what it has done is opened a door for her at 92, where it allows her to think in a very different way about, instead of like that mundane kind of like typing out those labels and coming up with the lesson, to let me think about this on the next level. And then lastly, it reminds me of an attorney that actually got their license revoked in a state because he had the brilliant idea of, I will allow, someone had come to him, it was a case where someone had an issue with one of the airlines and they were suing the airline. They came to him to represent them, and he decided to let AI write everything, the briefs, everything, and submitted them to the courts. I mean, it looked beautiful. Like you said, writes a better paper than you could ever think about writing. And submits it to the court, and finally it goes to trial, and counsel is looking for these cases that are cited, and they're like, I mean, these cases are like spot on. I mean, if this is the case, then we could settle right here, right? But no one could find these cases. So when they asked the attorney to present the cases, he couldn't because they were all made up by AI. And he he definitely got his license suspended. I'm not sure if he was disbarred, but lesson to be learned that we bring value to the table, and we always have to remember that. And we always have to remember that we're the ones that program AI, and that it can help us build a better mousetrap in what it is that we're doing.
Yeah, so just a quick comment to follow up on that. You got to remember when you're using ChatGPT or any of them, that for the most part, they're scraped from the public internet, right? So they don't know private data for the most part. They don't know, they know clinical trials in medicine, but they don't know individual patient experiences. So it's very fraught. So you have to be super, super careful. I think all the validation comments that we made are really relevant to machine learning algorithms, machine learning and deep learning algorithms. No one knows yet how we're going to validate this new world of generative AI that makes stuff up, tells you things. My analogy when people ask me about, well, what do you think? Do you use it in clinical practice? Yeah, I use it when I have a study that I can't think of that I wanted to go look up. I have it help me find it, right? But if you just ask it a question about a confusing clinical thing, it'll tell you 10 things. Then you got to go figure out which ones it was telling you the truth and which ones it had made up. So you just got to know that. So people ask me, well, what do you think about Gen AI? I say, Gen AI is, as an attending physician, your worst nightmare. It is an intern who seems brilliant, but you don't know when they're lying to you and when they aren't. And that is incredibly dangerous as a clinician when you always have to wonder, is the information you're getting true or false? I mean, you think that all the time, but when the people you're trusting to tell you stuff, so you can't trust it. You have to start from that perspective, basically.
Or a patient that asks
Yeah,
you a
or-
question based
well-
upon something that
Well, that happens all the time, but we're used to patients lying to us because they do that all the time. But your technology, it's different when that's lying to you.
Well, just wanted to say thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. If you notice, the arc of the conversation went from thinking about external validation and health disparities, right, within that context. And there's a lot of work that needs to be there from a research perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, a lot of the work that we're doing, but it really came full circle. And now we're talking about external validation. That is us being able to validate these tools as well, right? Because ultimately, all they are, at the end of the day, are tools, right? And so I think that's an important thing to remember. And with that, just wanted to thank the panelists. If we could give them a round of applause. And maybe a quick bio break, and we'll go ahead and set up the next panel. Yeah, picture.
Hi. Hey, everybody. So while you're enjoying your snacks and refreshments and waking up again, can we start making our way back? We're a little bit off track with time. And so me being a diligent keeper of time, I'm going to try to get us as close to being on track as possible. And I can do that with your help. Yeah, that's what I said. Come with your snacks, please. They're already paid for. Bring them and enjoy them, and yay. Thank you so much for sticking around. I know that it's getting late in the day, and whew, it's getting cold in this room. Cold puts me to sleep, so thank you for hanging out. Hi. That's me. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much thank you for being part of the panel, sir. Yes. We appreciate it. Listen, I mean, I feel like with this audience, it'll be hard to disappoint. I think everybody here is here for the mission. So, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, I'm still on. I'm trying to keep an eye on you because I see you eating, so I'm going to try to. Okay, I'm going to do introductions here. It is very hot. I was there a couple weeks ago, and I was like, y'all live in this heat? And then I was in Texas, and I was like, y'all live in this heat? We thought it was hot in Atlanta. This isn't hot. But it's hot, hot. It was like 97 every day. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Oh, what happened? It keeps going off.
What happened was literally the computer restarted connecting.
I love it. I handle pressure. Pressure bust pipes, but also. Hello. Tested. Sorry, the hair's in the way. Okay, after some technical difficulties, I hope that you all enjoyed refreshments. And I need to speak up, Mr. Eddie? Really? Listen, I don't generally get that recommendation. How's that? A little bit better? Okay. I'm trying to avoid the whole weird staticky thing that happened earlier. So, thank you very much, everybody. So this panel session that I'm actually going to be moderating is called the Community-Driven Research for Outsized Impacts. And I think that maybe you've gotten this sense from this symposium that the purpose of the symposium is looking at how do we empower not only researchers, but communities in doing this partnership kind of research. So I think that we all recognize in this room that we are at a moment of both tension and opportunity. From a political perspective, from a personal perspective, on one hand, we see these exponential advances in biomedical sciences, AI, ML technologies. But then on the other hand, we definitely see communities, particularly those we serve, Black, brown, under-resourced communities, that are still awaiting sort of the access to this basic science research, the representation, the relevance in that research. And they have the feeling that research is supposed to serve them, but they don't always feel served. But what if I told you that the most scalable innovation in health equity, it doesn't start with a lab, it doesn't start with a data set, or even a grant. It starts with a conversation. That conversation begins with one very simple question. What does your community need to thrive? So today, we're not just talking about community engagement as either outreach or a line item in a proposal. We're actually talking about the community being the driving force for research as infrastructure and as the bedrock for better science. This would in turn lead to smarter funding, and more just outcomes for the communities that we serve. So I think that, but I hope you all feel honored by the panel that I've put together. These are leaders that are not only bridging sort of this gap between the bench and the bedside, but they're actually building this bridge from trust to transformation in these relationships. So this panel, it isn't just about theory, it's about models. It's about moments, and it's about moves that make a difference. So let's get into it. Let's see. Okay. So introducing the panel. And you can come take seats whenever you're ready or after I've sort of announced who you are. We have Dr. Natalie Hernandez-Green, who is the Associate Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, but also the Executive Director for the Center of Maternal Health Equity at Morehouse School of Medicine. And it's up to you. We also have Mr. Mark Mooney, who I will also add is an alum of Morehouse School of Medicine. He is the National Director for the Program Development of the Public Health American Heart Association. And last, but certainly not least, we have Dr. Leanne Woods-Burnham, I'm so sorry. Assistant Professor in the Department of Surgery and the Co-Director for the Surgical Translational Science Center. She's also the co-director for the Prostate Cancer Precision Prevention Program, PCP3, which is a tongue twister if you've never tried to say it in front of an audience. And then she's also the co-director for the Discovery of Us at Morehouse School of Medicine. You can take your seats. You can take your seats, and we're going to have our first presentation by Dr. Natalie Hernandez-Green. And I kind of scheduled this panel a bit differently. So my panelists will actually be giving a 10-minute presentation of their research, how they engage the community, and how that relates and sort of translates into health equity for the communities that we serve.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here and lasting until 3:46. But I'll get us started. Today, I entitled my talk, Grounded in Community Driving Change, a Framework for Localized Maternal Health Justice Impact. But, and my disclosures, because I do receive federal funding, so everything I say today does. See, that was on purpose. It doesn't represent the government, but my views. So before I get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about the Center for Maternal Health Equity. We were established in 2019, well, at least funds appropriated by the state in 2019, because they wanted someone to solve the maternal health crisis, or at least develop solutions for something we knew was going on. And for some context, Georgia has one of the highest rates of maternal deaths in the country. We used to be in last place, but we've seen improvements. And in particular, Black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. And so our center was established to identify what community prioritized needs were and how do we develop solutions that are driven and co-created by community in resolving this. Our mission and vision are very clear. They're centered around maternal health justice for our communities, and we do this work in 3 different ways. One is research. Of course, being an academic institution, we're really rooted in our research from basic science to population health. And what makes our center unique is that the researchers that are part of our center look like the community. Oftentimes, people that do research on this topic don't look like the community, although we have those personal lived experiences and also deal with the multiple levels of oppression that our communities also face. And so it's really important for us that how we do our research is, again, amplifying and centering the lived experiences of the communities we serve. In addition to that, rather than community engagement, we like to call what we do community building. And again, this is centering and amplifying those lived experiences of our communities, what they stand for, what the solutions exist, because oftentimes as academic institutions, we come in thinking we have the solutions when communities have been doing this work for a long time. And so what we do is, again, amplify what that research is, provide capacity building, technical assistance to community organizations, and actually building community investigators as well. And then lastly, training. Again, we train the next generation of researchers that will embark in this work. On this table right here, we have our summer interns who are undergraduates and people about to enter college who are again learning about maternal health research, methodologies, and rigorous methodologies and being able to accomplish this. And then multidisciplinary training and interdisciplinary training. A big focus of what and how we've been really thinking about community is community building and impact. The belief behind community building is that people impacted by the problem have the best solutions. And that's why that's important for us. We use different types of models, including the assessing community engagement conceptual model, which I love because it talks about like shared leadership. But one thing that people forget about is financial equity, that our communities don't deserve like these sort of like, oh, we'll give you $10,000 to do all of the work. They deserve as much financial impact or finances as the investigators do. And we see in all of our projects, we have a co-leadership model where it's always a scientific investigator co-leading with a community person in the work. And ultimately, this is how we know by science that communities can be transformed and we can actually see impact within the communities. And then another thing that a lot of academicians don't do well is dissemination. And we think about our dissemination in many different ways. And the priority for us, of course, is academic journals, but every time we publish in an academic journal, we make sure that there's a lay summary for the community to understand what it is that we're talking about. We also work and conduct newsletters. We go to community presentations or community consortium meetings to be able to disseminate. We work with the media. We've been featured on the Washington Post Live, the New York Times, and other journals, including America's Black Forum. We go to policy conferences. Again, this is not traditionally how academicians do dissemination, but again, this is really important for us to think about practice audiences, community audiences, as well as academic and policy audiences. So I'm going to highlight a project that we're working on that demonstrates a lot of what community building is in the work that we do. And this is our project Impact. And so there was a mechanism through the National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute where they wanted people to take evidence-based interventions and see how you implement them in community-based settings. And the one that we chose was preconception. We know that 30% of women in Georgia do not have access to care, and that's pretty much the same across the Southeast. And one thing that they're not getting is that preconception counseling. And so how do we think about bridging that gap and meeting people where they're at? And so we're taking preconception counseling through an implementation science framework and implementing it in community-based settings so that women that don't have access to care are now getting that access. So this is a very scientific model. We are doing an implementation science hybrid to randomized control trial. And within the first year, that's when we were collecting all of our control data, because that was a way for us to figure out in the different contexts, how do we adapt this? How do we work with community? What are they saying are the needs? How is each state different? So we're working across 4 different states. We're in South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, and had done a lot of contextual analysis, figuring out what works, what organizations are currently doing, how we can fulfill those gaps within those organizations. And again, how are we building community with each of these organizations, these 10 sites that we have across 4 states? These are, I love to highlight our community partnerships, and this is just a few of the community partners we work with across the country. And so one of the things we do is we have what we call a regional advisory board. We have changed the language around that. We don't call them advisory boards anymore. We call them accountability boards because we feel that we have to be accountable to the communities we engage with. And advisory often is still a very like top-down approach where it's like, oh, well, you can advise us, but ultimately we're still gonna do this. No, we're listening to what you're saying and we're gonna implement what you're saying. And that's accountability and transparency within our work. And so for this one, because we were across multiple states, we developed this regional board, and we rotate meetings within each of the states. We have representatives, 2 representatives from each of the organizations. We also pay them equitably. We pay them about $150 an hour that they spend with us, because again, they're using their time, and so we consider, okay, what do they make per hour? What about transportation? What about their childcare needs for them to be able to attend meetings, whether they're in person or through Zoom. And thanks to COVID, we figured out all of these mechanisms of bringing people together. And then we share project updates, they share updates, we talk about wins, and we do different strategies to build that trust and rapport with one another. And then what we started implementing are called community engagement strategy sessions, where we take 2 days every year or every quarter to work with our community partners and build those relationships with them. And so these are all-day sessions where we come together, we talk about our projects, but we also talk about, again, the needs, right? What are their capacity needs? How do we build that? How do we train them to actually lead in these research projects? And how do we start thinking about sustainability now? This is a 5-year project. We started thinking about sustainability the first year within it and had developed procedures and practices with our community partners on this. And then again, how do they like to engage with us? What are their communication preferences? And how do, again, we move the needle forward together? And so some things that we started doing were site orientations. That was really important for us to sort of get to know the site, what their capacity is, and do trainings around research. And again, these are in-person, whole day, 9 to 5, where we discuss the project background, our findings from our formative phases, and how do you deliver this type of intervention. Then something else that we knew that we needed was that continuous relationship building. And so each of our staff members are site liaisons, where they actually develop really strong relationships with a couple of the community partners. So that's the person they lean on. You know, if we're missing a payment, that's who they get it from. And they're continuously, every single month, having meetings to check in, see how they're doing, do reflection interviews, and also see how we're doing as a partner in working with them. And so again, bi-monthly check-ins with sites about the project and other things that are going on with them. And then we do our monthly newsletters where we share information, whether it's virtual, we share about local events, they share about local events that are happening within their own communities. We do a lot of capacity building opportunities, so grant writing, training opportunities. We also love to send holiday cards, condolence messages. Recently, there was a hurricane in Georgia. We actually set up drives to fundraise to help our community partners who suffered from Hurricane Helene. And again, this also adds a more personal touch, and we highlight some of our partners in our monthly newsletters. And then we also created a resource hub. And this was created to house all of the resources. We actually have a shared drive for our community partners. So again, every document is available to them in an easily accessible way. And then also creating not just resources about the project, but resources in general in each of their states. We did asset mapping for their states to figure out the best organizations that don't recreate harms to our communities, where they can access resources from, particularly around social determinants of health, physical activity, general health, mental health, family planning, and contraception. And so I just want to end with why community engagement and research is really important. At the Center for Maternal Health Equity, community engagement is not an add-on, it's our infrastructure. We were built around community building. We follow this ACE model because it moves us beyond participation and toward transformation. We have community accountability boards because we believe that community are more than just advisors. They're decision makers and the co-leaders of the work. And through mechanisms like newsletters, site visits, and resource hubs, we stay connected and we're responsive to our communities. And the impact of this engagement is tangible. It's research that's trusted, interventions that work, and communities that thrive. And this is how we close the equity gap, by embedding community voices into every layer of our work. I would love to share more, but I only had 10 minutes, and so thank you so much. I'll hand it over to the next presenter. I think it was shorter than 10 minutes.
Pardon.
Excuse me. I got it.
Rock and roll.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Mooney, and I'm here and let me go back. So I'm here in a blended role. I'm here as a representative of the American Heart Associations, the national director of the program development on the National Hypertension Control Initiative that just ended, this year sometime. We had no cost extension. And so I worked both, I provided TA and developed programs with a lot of the federal qualified health centers that we partner with. We partnered with all 350 health centers throughout the United States. And my area was the Southeast, the worst states in the country as it relates to hypertension, right? And so from there, I'm also an alum here at the school in the public health program. I see some public health students back there. Yay. Okay. And so in addition to that, I'm going to share with you a project that Morehouse School of Medicine was funded, and it's called Advancing Health Equity in the city of East Point, which I'm a resident, and also brought on the American Heart local market to be involved in this project. And so this Advancing Health Equity in the city of East Point, you know, to address health equity through collaborative policy and community engagement efforts. And it was funded by OMH and HRSA, and led, of course, by Morehouse School of Medicine in partnership with the city of East Point and Foodwell Alliance, Partnerships for Southern Equity, and the Voices of Georgia Children. And so this project is like one of 6 demonstration projects across the country in the framework to address health disparities through collaborative policy efforts. And it was actually the periods, I need to update my slides, it was from 21, and we part of the no-cost extension as well, June 2025. And the goal of the project was to identify, modify, and implement local policies that may create or perpetuate health disparities and contribute to structural racism. And before I begin, this project, the lead investigator was Megan Douglas here at the Morehouse School of Medicine, and we love Megan Douglas in the city of East Point, and we do, we love her dearly, and I'm so glad that she brought this project to East Point, and also I'll just be able to share with some of the good things that came out of this project by involving, it was heavily community involvement and engaged because thanks to Megan's leadership. So let me go ahead and continue right quick. So from this project, we developed a community advisory board, which I'm a part of. And the community advisory board consists of residents from all 4 wards. It also consisted of folks that do business within East Point as well. So, but we wanted to focus on 3 areas. And those 3 areas that we wanted to focus on was housing, access to food, healthy food choices, and environmental injustice, land use, residential use. And so, again, the goal and objectives to modify policy, educate, increase awareness, building capacity, and mobilize the community. And so we did that. We hired a community health worker, East Point resident as well. Again, the board. And then from this board, we were involved in so many different areas within East Point. The Healthy Point Planning Committee Initiative. So what this is something that we partnered with the mayor of City of East Point. It's a 90-day health initiative where all residents have access to any exercise facility. You know, give you an example, we have from full body workout, from yoga to Pilates to healthy food demonstrations at the City Hall. We also provided, we hosted health equity workshops to educate the residents on what is health equity. You know, we tend to throw out these terms, you know, like social determinants of health and health equity, and the folks that we're working with don't understand it. So we partnered with Southern Equity to host and facilitate these health equity workshops to educate the residents. Let's see, what else? We had a photo, something very unique from this project that really stood out and made the news. It was called a Photo Voice exhibit. And what this Photo Voice exhibit consisted of is using an East Point resident photographer. We just randomly took photos of folks within East Point, from police to just random senior citizen, whatever, right? And so we asked the question of their understanding of what is health equity and what is their understanding of health equity. And so we captured this in a picture, and one of our board members is the executive director of the Art Exchange, which is a gallery in East Point, and we had an exhibit there, and it lasted, okay, 2 minutes. Let me hurry up. Boom. Okay, let me hurry up. So I'm gonna stop talking about that. All right, here we go. Key findings. So the community and elected officials do not, this is what we found from this research. Community and elected officials do not automatically connect health equity with housing, food access, and land use. Again, that's why we were hosting these health equity one-on-one workshops, right? Housing, food access, and land use are interconnected issues within the community. Policy that impacted that was we involved in the comprehensive plan, and that they have to write every 5 years, right? So out of that comprehensive plan, the Community Advisory Board had worked very closely with the mayor and the city council, where equity was mentioned 0 times in the comprehensive plan. With our involvement, it was mentioned 40 plus times. Health was, when it was mentioned only 7 times in the comprehensive plans in the past, it was now mentioned 79 times. Whereas health equity was not mentioned at all, it was now mentioned 21 times with our involvement and our impact and our just level of engagement by being part of this, getting the training, the tools that we need to really engage our politicians. An equity statement was now in the comprehensive plan. Health equity is now a community goal in the comprehensive plan. And the health data from this project, we are now, East Point, if you go to, what is it, the dashboard, East Point is now listed from this project. So now politicians in the local area can now go to that data and get all the data that they need on the health metrics. So our accomplishments, real quick, and I'm done. So this is our board, you all. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the project has subsided, and we need it to continue. Because we have took this time, we built this board. We have now developed a 3-year strategic plan that is laid out and that we're executing. And we're still operating without the funding, but we still have the support from Morehouse School of Medicine, Megan and her crew. And so I think I'm gonna stop there. But I want to just hold on one thing. We work too hard. I told you about that. All right, the city health dashboard. Yes, photo exhibit. We have community. We did a community asset mapping, identifying all the assets that are within the community. From this project, we presented at AHA several times. Let's see, and that's our logo. Okay, I think I'm done. Something else I'm missing, and we have some publications coming out.
Awesome.
All right. So hey, this project is it's a definite return on investment, for sure, and we're still meeting once a month, and we still got the support. So I hope you all, when you see health equity, advancing health equity in East Point, come on over, get involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, you did great. Thank you so much. And so our last speaker is Dr. Leanne Burnham-Woods. And you can advance the slide. Take it away.
Let me grab this because no mic is ever set to my height. I'm sure you can see why. I'm going to be talking about elevating prostate cancer health equity and justice at home and abroad. For those of you who may not know, Georgia has some of the worst rates of incidence and mortality when we talk about prostate cancer. We're number 5 in incidence, and we're number 6 in mortality. In the city of Atlanta, Black men have the 3rd worst mortality rates in the nation, only behind Washington, D.C. and Detroit. So when we're looking at prostate cancer in general, 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed in the U.S., but for Black men, that's 1 in 6. And if you look at the top graph there, Black men are much more likely to die from the disease than men of other population groups. Now, this bottom graph here, what is so important to point out is that in the localized setting of prostate cancer, if you detect prostate cancer in its localized state, there's over a 99.9% survival rate 5 years out. That is not the case for advanced prostate cancer. So when we look at the rates of incidence in the last few years, and this is after the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force took away screening in 2012, we saw a decrease in localized occurrence, but we saw an increase in metastasis. So what that means is, if you're looking generally, you think, oh, we have less prostate cancer. No. We have less curable prostate cancer. So we have a lot more men being diagnosed with metastasis over the last few years. So this is really the motivating factor for why I moved my family however many miles from California to Georgia 3 years ago. I was keenly aware of this fact here, which is the greatest race-based survival difference for men in the U.S. with low-risk prostate cancer is in Atlanta. So when we're looking at men who have curable prostate cancer in the early stage, the greatest divide in outcomes is in the city of Atlanta. And so what that means more in layman's terms is you have a whole lot of men who should be cured who are not in the surrounding area. And so this really drove my decision to come here and see what were some things that were going on and what are some ways that we can fix it, which is I've been seeing in real time in the last 3 years. Before coming here, when I was in California, what we also knew, but I was able to show with this publication, was that when men at highest risk of prostate cancer are going into the doctor's office, so mainly Black men, their doctors are not talking to them about screening. So this study I did out of LA and New York City, and we saw if you look at the pink rectangle, over half of men when they went to the doctors reported that their doctors had never talked to them about prostate cancer screening. Now we took their blood samples back to the lab and we ran ELISAs where we could measure their PSA, which stands for prostate-specific antigen, circulating in the blood. And of those men, a third had elevated PSA. So in layman's terms, what that means is men are walking into the doctor's office with the probability of already having prostate cancer, and their doctors have not even talked to them about screening, and they're leaving the office without that conversation. So I developed, when I was in Los Angeles, along with Dr. Kittles at that time, a community-based prostate cancer screening program. It was up and running for about a year. It was very successful. We screened about 700 men, and then COVID hit, and we had to stop for the obvious reasons. But the majority of the men who had elevated PSA at that time were Black men. Then came to Morehouse School of Medicine, and we started the Prostate Cancer Precision Prevention Program called PCP3, and that is a whole team that is directed, the logistics of it directed by our Director of Translational Community Engagement, Pam Cooper. We partner with Kitty Carter-Wicker out of Morehouse Healthcare. We have provided PSA testing at no cost. Pam has taught me to not say free, because it's not free, because we pay for it. I pay for it out of my funds and my grants, but it's no cost to the men who receive the PSA test. We've gotten a lot of national attention for that. One of the most meaningful interactions that we've had is following the death of Dexter King from prostate cancer. We had an opportunity to partner with the King Center, and they asked us to provide a screening event in his honor the weekend of his memorial service, and so we were able to do that on a short notice. We also have PCP3 in rural Georgia, and the team that is shown there on the screen really leads that. So we sort of have a metropolitan Atlanta team and then a rural Georgia team. And the goal there is to screen 2,000 men in 2 years, and they're partnering with Phoebe and Mount Zion Baptist Church there. As I mentioned, we do get a lot of attention for this program. We're one of the top screening programs in the nation. This was a feature that was done by American Urological Association of some members of our team. Our total team is about 50 people, so this is just a few. We've also been asked to do our screening events elsewhere in other parts of the country. This was an opportunity where we were able to travel to Harlem and help participate in a screening along with the R. Frank Jones Urological Society, which is a society of Black urologists, along with the National Medical Association conference that they had that weekend there. So that was an exciting experience, and there's a lot more to come on that front and a lot more invitations that we have. And we have developed a national screening initiative right now that is sort of under wraps, but we do have partners in 9 different states, and we are in talks with many right now to see how we can advance that to the next level. I want to tell a story about what's happened here in Atlanta, and I'm so happy Steven surprised us and came today from Estella's, because he reminded me yesterday that he played an integral part in the story that I'm going to tell you. So when I first got here, the people shown here on the screen came together in a meeting, and Stephen helped facilitate that meeting. And we learned in the meeting that there was room for improvement in the current screening rates here in Atlanta. And this is not unique to Grady. This is most institutions in the US, right? So there was room for improvement. And so we put our heads together and realized that we could tailor the screening guidelines for Grady's population, which is high risk. We didn't have to necessarily stick to the U.S. Preventive Service Task Force recommendations and screen at 55. We could screen at 40 since this is a high-risk population. And so I really give credit to Dr. Wimberly of Grady Health, because she really was the driving force to have Grady build earlier screening into their EMR. And within 6 months, they saw a 40% increase in prostate cancer diagnosis. There is a wait now to get into the clinic. And along with that, we presented this research at American Urological Association earlier this year, and it won Best Poster. I'm not going to go into all the data because it's in the works and the publication is in the works, but Grady really serves as the model for what the rest of the nation can look like when it comes to this. And so I'm really excited for this publication to come out. As well, I'm involved in policy and really supporting no-cost barriers to screening. And so I have the opportunity to interact with senators and congresspeople on the Hill, and so I've done that several times. These are images from last year. And then these are images from this year that I wanted to show. Something special about this is this time I brought my dad along. So he's in the upper left-hand corner. It's me and my dad and my husband. But my dad has had prostate cancer since he was 50. And that's really what started me on this journey in the first place. So I said, Dad, you've got to come help me advocate this time. So he did. And then also, I like to show one of my students who just got her master's, Diana. I think she walked in, but I don't know if she's still here. But she is interested in policy, so I brought her along with me, and she was able to interact as well. And she was very excited to run into Senator Warnock in the hallway, so we were sure to grab that picture there. And then it didn't hurt that Stacey Abrams was on my flight home, so that worked out. And there was only 5 of us on that plane, so that's perfect. The final things I want to talk about is Blitz the Barriers. I'm a medical advisory board member of Zero Prostate Cancer, and I'm excited to have Novartis in the building with us, Ashley, here today, because Pam and I are the National Steering Committee. We were just in your neck of the woods last week talking about how to spend this $20 million over the next few years to focus on prostate cancer health equity. The pilot cities are Atlanta and Baltimore, and Novartis has already donated $7.5 million of that, so thank you. And that picture taken there, Ashley, that is actually where the deer ran across the sidewalk 5 minutes before that. So that happened. I'm not going to talk about science today. That's not really what I'm here to do, the nitty-gritty of the science. But just so you know, my lab is funded to look at the HER2 gene in prostate cancer. We have several different projects here. But without getting into the specifics of the science, I want you to see who my lab team members are and understand that everything we do is in collaboration with multiple partners. So these are several of our clinical partners that we help design race-stratified clinical trials and ensure diverse recruitment and retention at these sites. I'm going to end with a trip that I just took to Liberia on behalf of Morehouse School of Medicine. I actually had this outfit made when I was there, so I said I need to wear it because it's my first time talking about it. But I was requested by the Sirleaf family. Madam Sirleaf is the past president of Liberia and the only elected woman president on the continent of Africa and a Nobel Peace Prize winner. The family invited me to come because they knew what we were doing in Atlanta and they wanted us to help them improve their prostate cancer screening and education in the country. So I brought Eddie Stanley and Dr. Dweed with me. We were there for 10 days. We had several refrigerators and freezers shipped over to Liberia before we went. And we're in the midst of gathering more equipment for our next trip back. So if you receive an email from Eddie to see if you have any equipment or supplies that maybe you're not using that are still useful, this is why, because we are wanting to donate that to JFK Medical Center and also the medical school there. These are some images of some things that we did, different schools we visited, different talks we gave. I'm not a soccer fan, but they made me because we got invited by George Weah to go to his house, who I didn't know who he was before then, but I do now. So we were able to interact with him, and we'll be doing some work in the future. And to be able to teach on West African ancestry in West Africa was a moment that I will never forget. And also there at a conversation that I was able to have with Madam at her house was truly meaningful. The top right picture is the group of urologists, the only urologists in the country, where we talked about scientific collaborations that we're continuing, and we're still having these virtual meetings now that we're back here, and we're looking to further the science there. And with that, this is the team of people who've helped me get to where I'm at to be able to present to you today. So thanks so much, and we welcome your questions on the panel.
All right, sorry, that was me. So I'll give this microphone to you all. And probably should take the stairs. I have on heels, so I should take the stairs. I was gonna jump it. Okay, so thank you very much. Those were great presentations, a very nice mix of research, community, and sort of what it is that we do here at Morehouse School of Medicine. Won't you all agree? So I had a few questions that maybe we could dive into. I know that we're running short on time and we're behind. I think I wanted to start with the question about funding and policy change, right? We all know the climate that we're living in. We've heard several references made today to how do we speak to the research that we do, particularly at Morehouse School of Medicine. All of your talks had equity in that conversation, right? The communities that we serve are disparaged communities, and those are all things that we can't talk about. So, you know, although we're talking about community driving the research, the honest truth is that the funders hold the pen to what research actually gets funded. So my question to you is, what sort of policy or what funding or policy shifts need to happen in the way that we do this research so that we can continue to funnel the money into the communities that we're trying to do this research in? Aside from the obvious way, which is to reframe the story and not use those words, right? Because we kind of all know that.
Yeah, so I did receive a significant amount of federal funding. Unfortunately, one of my grants was terminated due to some of the language, I guess, that we used. But I think, for funders, we need you more than ever. I think, we need you to stand with us, not behind us. We need you to be mission aligned. And when I look for funding, I always make sure that the funder is aligned with my goals and believes in the work that we're doing. And also multiple years of funding, because I think oftentimes with funding, it's like, oh, let's throw 300,000 and see what they can do in a year. When that first year, particularly when you're thinking about community-driven research, requires planning, requires building trust and rapport, because as you go into different communities, what works in one community and those strategies doesn't work in another, right? And so being really thoughtful about that, I think, for the sake of funding, I have changed some of the language, but how I do the work and for whom and with I do it for remains the same. And the mission, someone told me that grants are fiction, right? You're telling a story through a grant, but what you actually do is what you're committed to. And then that accountability piece is there. And so I think right now funding is tricky, and we still talk about the work. It's just the words that we use are a little different, right? I love how our president talks about health equity, right? It's giving people what they want in the amounts that they needed in the ways that they needed to achieve their optimal health. That's health equity. Health equity is a word that people don't like, but when you describe it like that, everyone can get behind it.
I can add to that. Even the American Heart Association is impacted by the dollars, in terms of our research. And in terms of with funders, in terms of the work that I described earlier with advancing health equity, I really think, in my experience working with funders, is really getting them involved in the work, invite them to everything. Allow them to actually see the return on their investment firsthand, not at the end with the final report. Yes, again, we as a community advisory board, we're now faced with changing our name. We no longer can, to be advancing health equity in the city of East Point, especially if we're trying to get to a point where we want to become a 501(c). This is, and even with funders who are listening, that's the sustainability of this project. We're 501(c). We want to seek funding. We want to be able to change our lingo to appease the funders, and I somewhat understand the funders wanting us to change the language so they won't be, because of the political environment that we live in, unfortunately, because a lot of the funders that I've worked with on the American Heart Association, they really do believe in health equity. And it's all over their website. So getting the funders involved, inviting them to everything, so they can see firsthand, get their employees to be part of the project as well.
So I'm a scientist, okay, by training. To me, to be a scientist, you have to be kind of smart, right? It's not smart to me to address a disease and not be concerned about the percentage that's at risk for worse outcomes. That's not a good experimental design, so that doesn't make sense to me. So for me, in terms of writing, I've just had to rewrite things to focus on advancing precision medicine, good outcomes for everybody, right? That's the writing piece. But we also have the benefit of having private funders and our industry partners, like Novartis, for example. Novartis was very specific in saying, we are going to still focus on health equity. So then that makes it a little bit different, a little bit easier to show up as my full, true, authentic self on the topic. I can also use Zero as an example, just when we're talking about community engagement and using the right words and so forth, where they made a decision with Blitz the Barriers to go to community groups and research teams that are already doing the work. It was a different approach than saying, we have this money and we're going to try to figure out how to make this work. They said, we're going to go to these different cities and we're going to talk to the people where they're already doing this, where this is already successful and they've been really making this work on a tiny little bit of funds, and how can we support them and come behind them and improve outcomes that way. So I think locking arms and aligning with people who are on the same page, which there's not as many these days, but there are some.
Yeah, not everyone's given up on the mission. And it kind of sounds like funders, particularly private funders, maybe need to stop sort of this gatekeeping and really lock into partnerships with us when we have these idealized missions that we can both be aligned on. And so maybe it's a matter of not necessarily going after just federal funding anymore. Maybe it's like our president and Dr. Kittle said, we need to start diversifying our portfolios. And that really does mean getting others involved in the stories that we're telling and forming partnerships with them. So thinking about sort of, because this is a community panel, a lot of times we talk about the data as being the power, right? Like I know that it's hard to generate proposals when you don't have data because you don't have preliminary data to present to be competitive. So, but when we think about working with communities, a lot of times as researchers, we look at the community as a source of data, right? This has been one of the problems that we've had with developing trust in the communities because we look at them as a source of data. So what role can the communities play in sort of being these co-creators of the data that we are hoping to be able to get access to so that we can improve outcomes? How do we involve the communities in a way, and I specifically asked this panel because you've all sort of done it and you have track records of doing this with the community, and I think part of it is trust, but for someone who doesn't do community research, how does that actually start? What is the organic roots of that?
Well, I think, my experience has been is just me get the community involved, train the residents on the importance of data and involvement of data. I just recall even as a student, day one being dropped into the community, MPUL, I believe, in Vine City.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing they made that, as those CBOs made very clear, those residents, is that we want to be involved in this. We want to make decisions in this project. We want to, any publications, we want that. And just being transparent with the community. In East Point, we've done that. Megan did a great job with this project of involving the community and identifying community members to be part of an advisory board to advise investigators on what is the community saying,
I think the first step is recognizing that we are the community too. I think sometimes we think of it as us and them, not understanding that we are those communities, right? And I think as, someone who's also have those lived experiences, every time I meet a partner or an organization, I become vulnerable too. I tell my own lived experience of having postpartum depression and why I come into this work, that I come from the same communities. I come from the South Bronx, which is one of the poorest counties in the United States. And I understand what they're going through. And I think, that process of, we don't come in, of course, my area of expertise is maternal health and women's health. But what is the issue that you're prioritizing? Because we can't get to maternal health unless we address those non-medical drivers of health, right? We have to address housing, we have to address food insecurity, all of those things before we can get to this. I mentioned the financial equity part. Oftentimes, again, we come in, we get $3 million, we give our community partners 10,000. That's not showing that they're important, right? We also call them community investigators, and so I always ensure, or my team ensures that we're training community, that they understand the research, that they know how to ask questions of us. We do non-disclosure agreements. We talk about intellectual property, who owns what, and we don't reinvent the wheel. If they're already doing something well, we just add on to that, right? We say, well, how can we support you in this work that you're already doing? Because the solutions lie in the community. The solutions lie in those stories. You talked about the community being the source of data. People often think about quantitative data. When I see that people's voices, their stories are legitimate sources of data, and we couple that or triangulate that with other types of data that we collect. And so it's a slow process. It takes time. But you have to be vulnerable. You have to insert yourself. You have to give as much as you can. And in academia, your promotion and tenure packages don't have a community engagement component to it. I am glad that at Morehouse School of Medicine, they do acknowledge that. But I think it's something that if we're gonna get to impact, we all have to start thinking about what that means and how we're fully co-creating solutions, co-creating research questions with community.
I would say Morehouse School of Medicine is, obviously very well known for involving the community at each step of research and engagement, which, was part of my decision for coming here. And so that wheel has not needed to be reinvented. Like, that's what we do well. Decades before.
We wrote the book on community
right,
engagement.
decades before. So when I was on the plane flying here, I said, God, I know exactly what to do with prostate. I just don't know the who, the what, the where. I don't know anything in Atlanta. And I got off the plane in my first meeting, Pam Cooper and Eddie Stanley were sitting on the side for my first talk. So that opened a whole other can of worms, right, to where we are today. But Morehouse knows how to do community engagement. But what I will say, because of those hundreds of community partners that Morehouse School of Medicine already has in place, what I've seen happen in experts in that area is we ask, what is it that you want, right? In the prostate world, I have research studies in the clinic at the safety net hospitals. We have the screening point of care program. We have research studies that are translational. So there's different things. And when we have an event, for example, we have an event this Saturday, we may have a meeting and say, well, we were thinking that this would be good for you, but we have these other options. And they'll say, actually, we kind of like that study a little bit better for what we're trying to do. And that's fine. And then we just adjust. So we ask them what is best for them. So sort of like an informal needs assessment.
Informal needs assessments are really important, particularly because if you want the community to feel like they are a part of the dissemination products, and you want their buy-in, which creates that trust and transforms that relationship from us as academics coming in and trying to fix your problems, you become co-conspirators in fixing the problem, and then we all get some dissemination product from it.
And I would not just fixing problems, right? Because I think oftentimes where things go wrong is that we focus on deficits, but I think acknowledging what the assets are, and again, how do you build those assets up? And so, I think what we have done a lot is that community assets and needs assessment, so it's like, with the asset mapping.
So it's almost like changing the conversation, just like with DEI and how we're flipping that conversation on its head to use language that's a bit more palatable to individuals. It's the same sort of situation with community empowerment. Rather than speaking to the deficits of the community and the ways in which you plan to come in and help them, it's how do we leverage what you already have and what you have already built and are building towards to help to make it better.
Yeah, and even saying community empowerment, like what I like to say is, I'm not here to empower you because communities already have power. I'm here to provide the resources and the tools to activate the power you already have.
I love that. I love that. So, sorry, what was that? I know, right? You see why Dr. Hernandez Green is on the panel. She is a firecracker for community engagement. And to that end, it's sort of like, this is sort of the reminder that the papers, the publications, that's not the end game for us, right? The end game, and I think that it was a question asked earlier, how do we measure when we've been effective? How do we know that these interactions that we're having are in fact leading to more health equity?
Okay, I have to go first. Because for mine is, like everybody on the stage and most people in this room, we have the awards, we have the honors, we have the interviews, we have all this. My biggest moment since coming to Atlanta is when I drive past the 20 and I drive past Grady and I think of how many people have gotten prostate cancer detected early. When I tell you the tears I shed, going down and it's a regular thing. And so those are the sort of, to me, when it's like you had a conversation, you made the implementation, you updated the EMR, and then you have these real life outcomes. It's affecting their life, it's affecting their family, their sons in the future, all of those things feels good to me.
Yeah, and like you said, like it's not just the numbers, right? Because with our community-based perinatal patient navigator program, in just 1 year, we've touched 700 women. 1 year, 5 women have touched 700 women and families. But it's when you get an email or a call from one of those people that has been impacted by your research and says, you know, you've changed my life, I have housing, I have this, I have that, and, you know, I've been able to reduce my blood pressure in this amount of months. And so for me, it's satisfying to get those calls, those emails, and those little notes of gratitude, because if I can just sow one seed, then I know I've made a difference.
Absolutely. Did you want to go more?
Well, I can add to that. It's really like creating this community, because it's like we created this health equity project. When you start seeing the same people and they're bringing people to our events and to different city council meetings, because we communicate with them and let them know that this is key, that you need to attend this city council meeting and educate them on that policy that's going to be discussed. And even when we see our little paraphernalia, when we go out and see that health equity, we had Health Equity East Point t-shirts from politicians to police officers wearing it at different events.
Absolutely.
You know, and you start seeing the same people with the health summit, health equity was the project that the mayor going on and holding each other accountable for coming to exercise classes and stuff of that nature. So that you made an impact. You made an impact.
And I think you hit, and Leanne mentioned this, the policy part. I think because, again, interventions and stuff are Band-Aids, right? I think right now what we're thinking a lot of is systems level change and how is our work informing policy. And so our biggest success story was seeing our work being used at the Capitol, and not just in Georgia, but in other states, to pass postpartum Medicaid extension for women. And that's just incredible when you see your research or when policymakers are calling on you for your data to say, hey, help us draft this bill. And we've been doing that with our work around postpartum health, but also around fertility, where this year we were able to help draft 2 bills based off of our research that passed in the Georgia legislature. So I think it's incredible when you can see your work making real change at a systems level, because that's where we need to be heading. Although it's going to be really hard these next couple of years, but I think it's, again, baby steps.
Yeah. And the work doesn't stop just because it's hard. We've encountered hard times since our time here. So thank you very much to the panel. We appreciate what you do. We appreciate your contributions to the community. And thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
I'm trying to navigate. Sorry.
This chair is nicely placed.
I know, right?
We travel every year. Oh, yeah. And I was just with
So thank you so much for a wonderful panel. Sorry, I had to step out for a moment. I wanted to introduce Dr. Kincorden, who will be leading our final panel on engaging diverse disciplines and perspectives early.
Thank you, Dr. Dorris. I'll take a quick second. We're at the last leg, so hang on with us. I just want to give a short introduction to the two presenters, and then we'll move forward. So Dr. Singh is a professor in the Department of Microbiology and Biochemistry and a Cancer Health Equity Institute member at Morehouse School of Medicine. He's an international recognized leader in chemokine biology and disparities in cancer outcomes. Dr. Singh's research focuses on the interplay between social and behavioral factors with the molecular and landscape that increases cancer risk, drives cancer progression, and influences therapeutic response. His work integrates clinical, translational, and basic research to advance the understanding of cancer biology and to address disparities in cancer care. He has authored over 280 scientific communications, holds more than 50 patents related to cancer therapeutics, and has published extensively in leading scientific journals. Dr. Singh also serves as a multiple editorial board and scientific review panel of major organizations, including NIH, the American Cancer Society, and the Department of Defense and Cancer Research in the UK. His ongoing work continues to shape the emerging field of behavior immuno-oncology with a mission to drive more equitable outcomes for diverse patient populations. Let's all welcome Dr. Singh. And then quickly, I'll introduce Dr. Willis. She is a part-time assistant professor at Morehouse School of Medicine and a faculty affiliate for the Atlanta University Center Data Science Initiative. Dr. Willis is the director of the Performance Management Office within the Georgia Department of Community Health, DCH for the acronym. Her office is charged with improving outcomes in maternal health, behavioral health, and chronic conditions for members of the Georgia Medicaid program. Dr. Willis contributes to multiple committees, including DCH, Data Governance and Architectural Review Committee, the Georgia Maternal Mortality Review Committee, and the National Committee for Quality Assurance Technical Measurement Advisory Panel. Dr. Willis has publications in academic journals, along with a host of technical reports and policy documents focused on Medicaid. Let's welcome Dr. Willis. So our first presenter would be Dr. Singh.
Okay. So, whatever. Okay. I have perfect height. I think Leon was struggling. I have a perfect height at mic. So this, okay. So I think I have to say less since that you heard Dr. Kittle this morning and there was some other folks, they spoke and the topic is engaging early. So the current work I'm doing and so I will share a couple of slides and I will try to prove that why early engagement is required and why the cancer treatment requires a bird eye view. So that if we are looking one phase, we may not be able to predict it whatever the tool we are using. So my definition of community is a cellular community as well as the community at large, okay? Because that when we are trying to address the issue of the community, the individual may not be able to address the issue of community. We need a community to address the community issue. So that's what I'm going to show some of the research I will be using some of the research data to prove the point. So this is my favorite slide because I like history, and we were talking AI this morning, and we are talking since morning, and AI has not born yesterday, it's for 1950. So that was the time when the AI came into the picture. So it is 1950, and now we are talking using AI. So this slide, when you look at it, like where we were in thousands of years before, okay? So you can, so cancer is not the disease of the modern age. And it was first described in Rig Veda, in the Indian text 2000 BC. And first remain of breast cancer metastasis in the brain was discovered in Bronze Age. So that time, the traditional healers, they were offering the treatment, but there was no cure, okay? In 2025, we have treatment, but we don't have cure. So we are treating based on research we are doing. We are discussing today, that precision oncology. And when we look at the one dimension of the problem, the issue is how precise is precision. So if every molecule we are discovering and drug we are developing against it, so we should get the proper response in the clinical setting, but that is not happening. So that challenge, I like this because the challenge we have as of today in etiology. So if we are able to identify the cause, like cervical cancer, we can prevent it or we can treat it. Then lack of tumor is specific target. We have associated target, not the specific target, because it's a moving target, because that you cannot find, even if you have a stage 3 adenocarcinoma of the prostate, you don't see the same target everywhere, because if the stage matters, if differentiation matters, if it is a adenocarcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma, then there should be a footprint, but the footprint in every tumor is different irrespective of the stage and grade, okay? We predict sometime the outcome is better, and I will show you some of the slides why community matters, why society matters, why psychology matters, why sociology matters, because everything is interacting with the molecule, and there should be something which should be giving us a good or the bad prognosis. And then lack of holistic and personalized approach, we all have to come together to achieve this, because that when we are talking about holistic and personalized approach, I like more personalized than precision. It's my bias, because I feel that if we talk about precision, then you are targeting a molecule. If I say personalized, then I'm basically treating a patient, okay? And this is the question when I started 30 years ago, my cancer research. So I'm doing this from almost 3 decades. And when I was a graduate student, first time when I entered in the OR, then I realized what we are treating. Do I have to develop a method to treat the host, okay? Or what to treat, the host or the disease? Are you treating patient or you are treating cancer? So currently, every approach we are taking is treating cancer. We are not treating patient. And I will show that why we need to address that issue better. So if you see this data, this is published in CA Journal of Clinician, and we always talk and make a statement that regardless of stage, mortality in African American is poor. Whether it's a localized disease, whether it's a regional disease or distance disease. So when you say that localized disease can be treated better as compared to the distant disease, because this distance means metastasis has already been taken. And if it is a regional, still prognosis is good. So why, even if it is a confined disease, why the tumor in African American is localized, still survival is poor? That is basically telling us that a conventional way of thinking that tumor has to be stage 4 to be lethal is not right. The stage 1 tumor with the low, smaller nodule is that's why knowing the patient is more important than knowing the stage of the tumor, because the environment we live in impact our behavior. So the tumor living in one body versus other body with the same footprint is behaving differently. So that is where we need to focus on, and we are doing certain work. So you know that our outcome depends upon host factor. So mostly it's the host factor, and focus should be on the host factor, what my lab is currently doing. I will show you some data. And the cellular and molecular phenotype, which we are heavily rely on. So we are using the cellular and the molecular phenotype, using machine learning and using AI, and try to predict that what type of treatment we should offer. Okay, so we have done that in past, and we have certain things. Okay, and when we confine, then you know that other folks, they work on that. I don't work in that area. So you know that insurance sometimes determine what to test. Okay, so that's another problem, because they will never pay you something which is not required for the standard care. So the whole, my laboratory is working in this area. My current R01 is focused on this. You know that looking at the external factor, because each ecosystem, because I learned the biology looking in the nature. Okay, so to understand the cancer, we have to understand the society. So if I understand the society, I can understand the cancer biology better, because what we do every day for our survival, cancer cell does that every day. Because you know they have to adopt a different method to overcome that. So we are looking how the external factor is impacting the internal factors. So it's a different aim. The host factor in internal factor, and internal factor basically determines the molecular signature. So since every individual has a different internal milieu, the molecular signature is entirely different. So as they said in the introduction, like I work on chemokine and chemokine biology, and to understand the cancer mostly. So chemokine, basically, as the name says, chemokine, it is basically primarily used for immune cell trafficking. And you know that we have mimicry in the nature, okay? If I see the Carmen has a better benefit with the white shirt, I will start wearing white shirt from tomorrow. So it's a mimicry, because that's the advantage. So cancer cell is learning the lesson from immune cell, because they are going to use the same tool to navigate the whole metastatic process. So I work on different chemokine, but I will show you some of the data like we are using in the lab, and a classical approach and a non-classical approach, where the team is required, where I am not sufficient enough to address the problem. So this is data basically showing that, you know, the chemokine receptor expression in African American and European American tissue, this is a classical research, and you see the expression is entirely different. Okay, and when you look at that, like with the stage, nodal stage, and even if you look at the expression level and the survival, it's telling you that, you know, that the expression is different in African American, and that is impacting the survival. But and then if you look at the ligand is even very different. So ligand expression in African American is different, and European American is different. So this is the classical way we have done, okay? When we use the sequence data and started looking at some of the social factors, and started looking that why this difference we are seeing. So what we found, like when we did the bioinformatics tool, when we used the machine learning, we realized that, you know what, even the expression level of CCR6 is low, outcome is poor, because in certain patients with their health behavior, smoking habits, there is a mutation in the ligand, and the binding site is different. So that is where that machine learning tools and other tools are required. And this is showing you that, you know, that how the tissue expression data, that how the CCR6 and CCL20 expression is different with the stage and grade, how it is impacting the survival. And this slide basically is a total theme what we are pursuing, where Dr. Brian Rivers, myself, and Dr. Rajesh Singh is working together, and Dr. Rivers is bringing that perspective. So, you know, so you can see that how the CCR6 may be shaping the tumor microenvironment, and how there is a difference in immune system among African American and European American, and that change in the immune system depends upon the stress factors, okay, and that's showing in the third panel, like how the low socioeconomic status may impact the vitamin D. You can see there, like Jibril, like that low vitamin D will impact your Th1 and Th2, and you need to boost your Th1 response, since in cancer patient, more often you get a Th2 response, okay? So you have to boost that, and how the immune surveillance is poor. So you know that once your surveillance is poor, your risk is higher, and as like everybody says, that put the ADT board at your door, even though you don't have a ADT, your chances of breaking is 30% less. So you have to keep your immunity stronger. And other thing I can tell you, like why when we were talking about drug discovery and artificial intelligence, this is the classical example of the work we have done in the lab. We always look last portion, angiogenesis, evasion of apoptosis and proliferation. A cancer cell tries to overcome the cell death regardless of what intervention you are offering. But you look at that, this data, like when it was CCR6 activation, the cellular process is same. The molecule behind it is different. And you saw this slide when Dr. Kittel showed you in this morning, okay? So you can see in African American, when you activate the same receptor with a similar ligand, cell is trying to avoid apoptosis and trying to proliferate, but the molecule you see there is a very different. It's a STAT5 there, and you can see the STAT3 and STAT1 here. That is what he showed you this morning. So this is with this chemokine. STAT3 is doing the job in one race. STAT5 is doing the same job in different race. He showed you that IL-6 is responsible. So your option is to come up with STAT3 inhibitor, okay, and the PD-L1, or you do the social intervention to reduce STAT1 because it's STAT3, because STAT3 can be controlled by IL-6, and IL-6 can be controlled by emotion. So how we can do the social intervention to control some certain things to make the patient more responsive to the treatment we are offering. And other, this is the, this I think got covered to begin with. Okay, which one is going back? So this is already covered. So how, I think the slide is a little bit different. Can I go back and see? No. I think there was a tumor behind it. Okay, so let me talk about it. Yeah, so I will be done in 2 minutes. So you can see, are we using the model tool right? Okay. So you know that we are trying to do all the work. We are doing all the tumor phenotyping. I see all the data from all of us. Okay, so I worked on that. And we have certain initiative here as well. What we are doing is hidden behind that white box. There was a nice tumor there. So we are using the surgical sample, doing the sequencing, and we are thinking that, you know, that we are going to offer a great treatment. But we are not treating what has been excised. So that's the dilemma I'm carrying from since I entered in the clinic 30 years before. What we treat is what is remaining outside the box. Okay, and we don't know yet that if we remove the tumor, how the rest of the circulating tumor is going to behave, because we behave differently in a homeostatic condition than like something you take out of that. So understanding that, and unfortunately, when we do the liquid biopsy, insurance is not going to cover that. They will only cover what is needed to predict the response of the treatment. So that is something is required to learn. And this is my final research focus, what I'm trying to accomplish and what I have been doing. So you know that we have to understand, as I said, that we have to understand the society. You cannot disturb a one ecosystem and be happy that other is not impacted. It's impossible. So you know that if you are putting a lot of fertilizer in the soil and you are still happy that aquatic ecosystem will be good, no. You are impacting it. So you know that if you take your body, it's one ecosystem, and my society is another ecosystem. We talk about zip code, we talk about our living condition, we talk our financial condition, we talk our education. So those are all association study. And I always think that, you know, that any disease has no access to my registrar office and my account. How poor I am, how rich I am, how educated I am, has no idea. But there is an association with my poverty and stress, and the quality of stress I have, okay? So that basically changes. I don't have still the psychologist in my team, because that basically impact our psychology. And when your psychology is different, regardless of how good nutrition you are eating, your benefit is not the same, okay? Because your metabolism will be different. So when you come with the healthy diet, what is healthy for one person is not healthy for another one. And when our psychology is different, then our physiology is different and biology is different. Because you know that to achieve certain things, you need a same molecule. Then all intracellular and extracellular pathways become different, okay? So when you learn that, and then only you can go and put the personalized clinical intervention. To offer the personalized intervention, we have to understand the external ecosystem, internal ecosystem, and how they are interacting with each other. That's all. These are the folks who has contributed ever in my journey. So, you know, starting right now in my team, the lung cancer study I'm doing, it's a Dr. River, Dr. Flano, Dr. Meir, Dr. Lillard, Dr. Kittle. He agreed to participate before arriving Morehouse School of Medicine, because his letter was the final letter for me to receive the grant, because they asked me that how you are going to do the ancestry. And then Dr. Jain, Dr. Singh, Rajesh Singh, and Eric Flano, and Opriya. So this is the current team doing that. And these are my postdoctoral fellow who basically helped me throughout my scientific career. And my graduate student, and currently Brianna is here. Currently Brianna is the one who is working on the lung cancer, and she is working on another chemokine and trying to see how the chemokine biology, how the tumor environment impacts the outcome, and what we can do together to accomplish the common goal. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Dr. Willis?
All right, I'm the last presenter for the day. So I won't be before you long, just a few slides. I want to tell you about some really exciting work that we have and some exciting partnerships, and really focus a lot on the partnerships. So the title of this talk, as you see, is Producing Powerful Partnerships Through Research, Practice, and this intentional focus on implementation. So has anybody ever been to the HELOC conference? It's held every year here at Morehouse School of Medicine. If you haven't been, you should go. So many, many years ago, I think it was about 2017, it was my first HELOC conference. And I heard about a number of amazing women who we lost because people didn't listen to them. The one who really stood out for me in preparing these slides was Dr. Shalon Irving. Does anybody remember or heard of her? So Dr. Shalon Irving did all the things. She was this overly accomplished CDC officer. She had this beautiful young baby, and she suffered from maternal mortality. She would go to her doctors, and they wouldn't hear her, despite all of the accolades that she had amassed over her career. So her mother was at the HELOC conference and you could tell that she is having these bouts of mourning. And in the silence, you heard the baby in the atrium. And she was being, as you know, she was a young girl, so she was having fun, but her grandmother recounted how she has to now have these conversations with her granddaughter about why is her mom not taking her to gymnastics practice? Like, how are you supposed to have that kind of a conversation? So a little bit after that HELOC conference, I just decided not on my watch. Because if this is happening with a privately insured woman who has done all the things, can you imagine the degree of neglect that happens among the Medicaid population? So in Medicaid, we are representing and standing in the gap for the most vulnerable mamas in our state. Medicaid is an insurance program where most of our mamas are coming in because they are pregnant. So that means they have not had any form of care before they get to us. So they're coming in with a whole lot of conditions that we see both clinically, but a whole lot of trauma from having to navigate a system that continues to devalue them. So one of the things that we decided to do was go after a unique opportunity to partner or to create partnerships with an academic institution, the public health department in our state, and the Medicaid agency. And due to that partnership, we came up with this project, and it is entitled Predicting Severe Maternal Morbidity Using Machine Learning. So why would we start with severe maternal morbidity as opposed to maternal mortality? Well, one thing that we know is that severe maternal morbidity happens much more frequently than maternal mortality. And what the evidence seems to suggest is that some of the things that are happening for mamas who are experiencing severe maternal morbidity seems to be a precursor, placing mamas at elevated risk for maternal mortality in their postpartum period. So severe maternal morbidity includes these unexpected outcomes of labor and delivery that can result in either short-term or long-term health consequences. And so the slide or the image to the right just kind of gives you a feel for what that looks like. So the CDC did us a solid, and they taught us how to look for instances of severe maternal morbidity within Medicaid claims data. In fact, they listed out 21 severe maternal morbidity conditions. And what we know is that many of those same conditions are the ones that pop up as the cause of death for maternal mortality. So some of the conditions are related to cardiac concerns. Those are overlapping in a very disturbing way with many of the leading causes of pregnancy-related deaths. So this is a really big concern, particularly for Medicaid programs. So Medicaid across the nation pays for about 41% of births, and in Georgia, we are at least 46%. So we're paying for nearly half of all the births that take place in our state. Then we work with our partners at the Department of Public Health and note that we have 30.2 pregnancy-related deaths per 100,000 live births. That's a crisis. Of those, 89% of pregnancy-related deaths had some chance of preventability. And then we know that 68% of the mamas that we lose had Medicaid at the time of delivery. So this is a Medicaid problem that Medicaid, public health, and our partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine can be instrumental in addressing. So we came up with this research project. There is a consortium called Aim Ahead, and they provided a lot of training and funding opportunities. The one that we went after is called P4, and it's the Public-Private Partnership Grant. So we pitched this idea that is anchored on two aims. So the first thing we wanted to do is to construct a data set of all Medicaid-covered deliveries in Georgia from 2020 through 2024 that would include everything you could think about with regards to that mama. So we've got information on her eligibility, how and if that changes throughout the course of her pregnancy. We know every time there was a claim for an outpatient service. We know when she went to the hospital. We know the outcome of the delivery. And then we also are able to then, because of CDC's work, to construct these indicators of severe maternal morbidity. So with that data set, we then move to AIM 2, where we are developing a predictive model to identify high-risk pregnant Georgia Medicaid members by training, comparing, and combining various supervised machine learning algorithms into ensembles in order to classify severe maternal morbidity using this massive public health data set. And so while the research is really compelling and it's interesting, I think what I would want to leave with you today is that we partnered on purpose. And we partnered because we have a singular goal, and that's to improve maternal health outcomes. So we figured out who was going to do what among those partners. And this project doesn't work unless all of the partners are engaged. So Morehouse School of Medicine brings this amazing AI expertise. They are also bringing advanced data science, these innovative ideas, and grants administration. So one of the things that I don't think anybody could properly plan for was all of the back and forth that has to happen when you get a grant. What we are doing at Georgia Department of Community Health is making sure that the data is as complete as it can be and thinking about how do we implement the findings from research so that those factors that are identified through the research can then be used to identify current pregnant mamas who are at greatest risk for severe maternal morbidity. And then finally, our partners at the Georgia Department of Public Health are literally cheering us on. The commissioner was even like, can we see your algorithm? And we're like, of course. But it's important that they are involved, that they are invested, and that they want to see us succeed, because that means that we all succeed. And then finally, what's next? I'm so glad you asked. So what we want to do is to use the findings of our work to avert new severe maternal morbidity events. And that will then allow us to reduce maternal mortality for the mamas in our state and ultimately improve maternal health outcomes for pregnant mamas on Medicaid. So some of the how is that we are applying those findings to persons who are currently pregnant so that we can identify them early. We then develop a prospective algorithm that identifies those persons at greatest risk for a severe maternal morbidity event, and then put that information into a dashboard. That dashboard then includes a list of persons at high, moderate, and low risk for severe maternal morbidity. And then because we're Medicaid, we're able to then direct the CMOs, our care management organizations, to reach out to these mamas and wrap around them with all of the care that they need in order to avert those bad outcomes. And so I think that, this work, again, is super powerful, but it talks about what happens when you partner for a purpose. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you for your attention late in the day.
Thank you, Dr. Willis, Dr. Singh. Given the sake of time, I'll have 2 questions, and I'll pose it to both of you. Thank you. So you mentioned next steps. So I wanted to ask, before we get there, to both of you, how do we prepare to mentor the next generation to enhance this fight against cancer disparities, against maternal morbidity? If you can talk about that in a couple of minutes, how do we prepare the next generation to do this work?
I think it's a tough job because, especially like, that in this environment, but what I feel that, the exciting, the youngest is the best. So we are very good at Morehouse School of Medicine. We are doing that from like high school to middle school students. And in our cancer program right now, I think we have about 15 high school students we are training for another like 4 or 5 weeks. So my philosophy is that touching the students, younger mind, early stage, okay, if we are able to retain 30% in science, in cancer, then that's the best bet. Because molding somebody naive is easy than molding somebody who is like more firm. Because masters and PhD student, I think they have seen like, that mostly when your focus is making money, then research is not a passion because you can make money anywhere. So, the innovation and the research comes with the passion, and I feel that touching the youngest is the best approach to move on.
So I do policy, so I have to do like very practical things. So one of the things that we have done, we stood up last week, was our health informatics internship. And so we're trying to be very intentional about creating the pipeline because, if we can get people interested, as you mentioned, if we can get people interested early and pay them, right? So all of these are paid internships. Then we have a better chance of getting them to be interested in full-time positions with our agency. So the health informatics internship was made possible by a Triumph grant, and it's housed in the Department of Public Health Education. Dr. Idris, Dr. Powers were able to identify 3 amazing interns. Dr. Idris made them go through a data challenge and all the things. But they're ready, right? And so I think that giving them some type of a insight into what they could be doing on a day-to-day basis is the way to get them engaged early and often.
Thank you so much. My final question, Dr. Willis, you kind of ended your presentation with this. You talked about a little bit about next steps, but I wanted to ask both of you, what are the next steps to improve and scale this work that you're doing? And what are some of those metrics that you think that will define success?
So in the maternal health space, we want to keep mamas alive. So that's the ultimate goal. We also have a number of additional kind of HEDIS measures that we grade ourselves on. And I don't think it's a surprise to anybody in this room, we're doing pretty poorly. We have a series of F-minuses. And so what I do is confront that, like just be truthful about where we are, because I think that that is the first step in trying to make sure that we have a clear path of where we want to go, and then we can chart our success along the way. Some of the other things that we're doing kind of align with what Dr. Hernandez mentioned, where we're looking for those strategic initiatives that are data informed, that we can scale appropriately so that we can get the outcomes from those projects.
Yeah, so I will speak in terms of cancer, like what's the next step. So that best step is what Leanne is doing, like they screen early and reduce the burden. So that's the one step. But that we miss certain things, and so since the technology is coming, and I'm very much excited what the technology can do. And as I was mentioning it, Dr. Edges, like before, that that how to use the technology is more important, because the technology is a power. Okay, so I consider AI and ML as electricity, and I cannot imagine a cold air when I'm sending the electricity in the bulb. So that basic fundamental, I have to understand how I'm channeling those things, and how we are using, because once there is still a population which are unscreened, and there is still population which may be at the high risk, and there are population who need the treatment. So coming with the technology and developing something which is around the patient is required. So that's what I think there should be a next step.
Thank you both so much. Give them a hand for the presentation. We thank you. This brings us to the end of our event, and I'll bring up Dr. Idris. Thank you all.
All right. So I was thinking about creative ways to get everyone to stay until the end of our next symposium. And we think we're going to give away MacBook Airs. But to be eligible, you have to stay till the end, right? So it kind of increases the odds a little bit. Actually, I saw that on a flyer in the elevator the other day. But just wanted to thank everyone. First and foremost, Dorris Duke and the Foundation and the Strengthening Collective, the Strengthening Pathways Collective. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I think what we've seen today really showcases the work that Morehouse School of Medicine has been doing over the last 50 years, and hopefully 50 more. That really goes towards this idea of aligning our priorities in terms of health research with the priorities of community. And I want to end with where I started, in that I believe, and I think research does suggest, that to the extent that you start with the community in mind, that translational, that time it takes to go from an idea down to actual impact will be significantly shorter. And I think in order to accomplish that, of course, we need to engage diverse perspectives early, whether that be pathway programs, whether it be training the next generation. That's super important, right? In order to do that, we also need to be thinking about the community engagement efforts, right? That's an important part of this, developing this pipeline. But then, of course, thinking about the future, it really is going to be a world of AI and machine learning and partnerships, AI, machine learning and partnerships. And a lot of that comes down to, as I said, not only diversifying how we get this work funded. That was a big part of the Strengthening Pathways kind of overall the through line, but then also ensuring that we are scaling and sustaining those efforts. And so with that, thank you again so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for bearing with us. And definitely would love to thank a few people who have been in this room. It's no small feat to put on an event like this. So we had an amazing organizing committee. Ms. Pam, we wouldn't have been able to do anything without kind of your expertise and running the show. Jabril and Carmen, as well as my team, Ms. Mohammed, PK, and Janine. And of course, marketing communications, everyone. This has been a complete team effort. So again, thank you so much. And sorry for keeping you until 5:30.